Good morning, everybody. Please be don't know if we have all the jurors or not. I haven't checked yet, but anything we need to put on the record before we get the jury out?
Your Honor, good morning.
Good morning.
My understanding is that Mr. Sumlin is on the state's agenda this morning at some point.
Okay.
Is he coming at all?
Yep, he's coming. Next week? Yeah.
So, in preparation of him coming today, I reviewed his statement that he gave to Investigator Viverito and other law enforcement investigator J.P. Miller. And my understanding is the state is going to ask him questions based on things that he has personal knowledge of, and I understand that that's out there for potential impeachment. My concern, and I'm just making sure we're on the same page. Investigator Viverito asked him to speculate about a lot of things, why certain things would have happened. He makes it clear that he was locked up during the Donovan Thomas murder. He knows nothing about it. He also makes it clear that he does not know about the Jamal Drinks murder, and he's just, kind of speculating about why this would happen. There's a lot of talk. How much would Jeffrey have paid them? Why, the hypotheticals, why would Shannon have done this? And the reality is Mr. Sumlin has no firsthand knowledge of who did what. He's just kind of going off the cuff in this interview. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page, that none of that is, nothing that he is speculating or just kind of hypothesizing about that he does not have first-hand knowledge of will be inquired about.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
We will be making inquiries we will be laying proper foundations, and we will be making inquiries into areas that we believe he has knowledge of. If we will not improperly ask a question that we've not laid a foundation for him having knowledge of, that's what we can say. I don't think it's proper for counsel for the defense to attempt to curtail our direct examination based on what he believes a witness has knowledge of.
Okay, well, I don't mean to curtail anything, but if the state brings out things that he does not have first-hand knowledge of and it's improper, I'm going to be moving for a mistrial with prejudice, and we all know that now.
Yeah, okay. So I would think that y'all, I don't know if I've got a copy of the interview or not, but y'all could get together and see if you all can agree on what's clearly not within his knowledge and what might be, and then we could potentially litigate that beforehand on Friday.
We could do that.
You do have a copy of it, or I was in that third witness.
Okay.
And Your Honor, we could definitely get together and talk about things that we believe, or one party believes he does or does not have direct knowledge of. But again, given the way that the interviews have gone and the examinations have gone, I don't, again, think it's proper to prematurely try and curtail certain things. I believe
It is absolutely proper to try to make an evidentiary determination beforehand on things that would be objectionable.
I don't disagree with what the court is saying. I'm saying that if we seek to, or we establish a foundation for his knowledge of certain things that the defense does not believe he has knowledge of, I believe that curtailing our ability to make that foundation would not.
I don't think that's what he said.
Well, that's not what he said.
So those folders. They were in like buckets of 30. Which one am I supposed to be looking at? I thought we had litigated everything there was to litigate about
We did,
someone.
we keep going back to that day that we ran out of time, and I was litigating a lot that day, but there was a couple things left on the table, and we were gonna get back to it, and then
Okay. Well, I guess
everything sped up, and
I guess that'll be Friday then. All right. Anything else?
none of this time.
Do you know whether we have all the jurors? Not yet.
Oh,
Okay.
I didn't want to hold court up for the day, so I was going to bring it up at the end of the day, but if we're waiting on the jurors, I'll just raise it now. They're continuing to wake my client up at 5 a.m. in the morning. He's exhausted. He has trouble participating in his defense in that state. I would just, once again, I know you said something once, the election thankfully was over yesterday. So maybe if that
Not sure what the election has. to
well, I
do
thought
with
that was the reason that the jail was short-staffed. But anyway,
Oh, okay, I got you.
if that's the reason they're waking up at 5 a.m., that's over. So if they could get back to what they were doing prior to the brief recess we had last
What
week.
time does he get to go to bed? I mean, he can go to bed early.
I don't know.
I'm not saying I want him to keep having to be woken up at 5, but I would suggest that maybe he try to get his sleep in as soon as he gets back after he has his evening meal.
I understand, but for some reason, since the pleading out of the other defendants, there's been some kind of shift. And if that shift isn't wholly necessary, it would be good if he could get the same amount of rest he was getting prior to that.
Okay, so who would be in charge of what time they are awakened in the mornings?
The lieutenant, yes, I was transferred. I speak with him again. I spoke with him yesterday, but I'll speak with him again.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. Can I ask the state a question? Is, when we get around to the jury charges, I know, I don't know, but I think that early on in this case, John Floyd was involved. Is he still gonna be available? Because certainly he's got some knowledge of Rico that might be helpful to the court in crafting the charges. Okay,
And we've actually been working with him.
okay, great,
We'll make him available.
thank you. So Ms. Parsfield was just looking at wherever someone's evidence is and does not, oh, no. That would be. Is the statement a video? Maybe that's what it is. Okay, so I think we were looking for a transcript. Is there a transcript available?
We can make one really quickly. We'll have to get it to the court this afternoon.
That'll be fine. Thanks. Yeah, okay, well, if we have one or can create one quickly, that might be helpful. All right, so since we're waiting on the jury anyway, what else did we need to be covering on Friday? Everybody here? All right, well, they'll get back to me sometime before Friday morning on that question. All right, you'll have your witness ready, whomever your first witness is gonna be. We can go ahead and get the note. Okay. Hey, who's your first witness gonna be? Okay. Yeah, you can come on in up to the stand. The jury's on their way out. Testing. You give swear our witness keys.
You raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
State and spell your first and last name.
My first name is Sarah, Sarah. My last name is Van Holm. That's 2 words. VanHolm.
And where are you employed?
I am currently employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Division of Forensic Science.
And if you can tell the jury, what are your current job duties and responsibilities?
So I'm a firearms examiner. We primarily determine if a bullet or a cartridge case was fired from a particular firearm. We also perform services in serial number restoration and muzzle to target distance determinations.
And if you can tell the jury about your education and training in ballistics and firearm analysis.
So I have a bachelor's degree in biology from the University of North Georgia. Prior to being employed with the GBI, I was an operations manager for a small firearms manufacturing company. I was a certified firearms instructor, and I was also a professional competitive shooter. Upon being employed with the GBI, I completed a 14-month training program to become a firearms examiner, and that was followed by 7 months of supervised casework. I have been certified as an armorer for multiple firearms manufacturers, including Glock. I've attended multiple conventions and conferences that are firearms related, and I am also a member of the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners.
And over the course of your time, and I don't think I asked, how long have you been with the GBI?
How long? Since July of 2017.
How many cases have you analyzed while you've been at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
Almost 400 cases.
And how many cases have you worked where you had to compare both projectiles and handguns?
The majority of those cases dealt with comparisons.
At this time, the state would like to tender Ms. Sarah Van Holm as an expert in ballistics and firearms analysis.
All right, she is set qualified and may testify as an expert in those fields.
If you can tell the jury, what is the difference between a semi-automatic handgun and an automatic weapon?
Yes, so a semi-automatic handgun is a handgun that fires one cartridge per single pull of the trigger. An automatic handgun is a type of handgun that fires multiple cartridges per single pull of the trigger.
And are there mechanisms that can be used to change a semi-automatic handgun to an automatic handgun?
Yes, there are.
And what are those mechanisms?
So there are different ways to turn a semi-automatic handgun into a fully automatic handgun. The most common one that we see in casework is going to be something called a Glock switch. It is usually a slide backplate aftermarket part that replaces that backslide plate, and it renders a Glock firearm fully automatic.
Mm-hmm. And I want to draw your attention to DOFS case number 2022-101-9842, where you requested to do any testing on a Glock 9mm pistol.
Yes, I was.
And what agency submitted the evidence to the GBI?
It was Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
And what were you requested to do?
I was requested to perform what we call a check function on the firearm and determine if it can fire fully automatic.
And how would you do a check function test on a semi-automatic?
So semi-automatic, when we perform a check function, we are going to test fire that firearm. We're going to look at that firearm to determine if the safeties are operational and functional. We're going to determine if there's any alterations done to the firearm, if there's any damage to the firearm, and if that firearm is operating as it should.
And is that the same process you will go through to determine if it's an automatic weapon?
Yes, so if it's an automatic weapon, we perform a few extra test fires to determine that it will fire a certain amount of cartridges to render it full auto.
And how many cartridges are you looking for to determine if it's full auto?
6 or more.
And why are you determining if it's 6 or more?
So that's according to the Code of Georgia standards for what is defined as a fully automatic weapon.
And what was the serial number of the weapon that you were asked to test?
So if I may refer to my notes. So the serial number on the slide and frame was BPHW105, and the serial number on the barrel, which was different, was KUT516.
And what was the type of firearm?
The type of firearm, according to the frame, was a Model 45 Glock 9mm pistol.
And were you able to test to determine if that Glock 9mm pistol was operating as an automatic weapon?
Yes, the plate on the back, the full auto sear on the back, did render the firearm full auto.
And you said the sear on the back?
Yes, so that would be the aftermarket slide plate auto sear, or the Glock switch, as it's commonly called.
And after conducting this test, did you write a report?
Yes, I did.
And are your findings contained in that report?
Yes, they are.
And after your report was published, did that conclude your involvement in that DOFS case number?
Yes, it did.
You talked about the fact that there was a different serial number, BPHW105, on the barrel of the gun, and then KUT516 on a different portion of the gun. Is that unusual?
Yes, generally that means that the barrel was replaced from the original barrel.
Court's indulgence for a moment. Is that significant for you as a firearms examiner?
It can be, because during comparisons, we look at the markings that the barrels impart on the projectiles. So that is something that we would look at if we were doing comparisons.
Mm-hmm. Court's indulgence for a moment. If there is a difference of the serial numbers, does that have any impact on being able to trace that firearm?
So typically the firearm is traced using the serial number on the frame, because that's technically what the firearm is, that is the frame of the firearm. So that is how you typically would trace a firearm.
Commissioner Approach? I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State Exhibit 51XXA. Tell me if you recognize State Exhibit 51XXA.
For the court, this firearm is clear. There is a lock through the chamber. Yes, I do recognize it.
And how do you recognize 51XXA?
I recognize it by the serial number and my initials on the trigger guard.
And is that the same weapon that we have just been discussing a few moments ago?
Yes, it is.
All right. And you talked about the lock switch. If you can pull the weapon out again, if you can just kind of show the jury, point to where is the converter or the switch on the weapon.
Yes, so typically Glocks will have a back slide plate that is flush to the slide on the back. So that was removed, and this Glock switch was then replaced and put on the firearm.
And we talked about the two different serial numbers. If you can just point or show the jurors where the two different serial numbers are.
Yes, so there's a serial number here on the frame. There's a serial number on the slide. And so that's the slide and frame serial numbers, which is going to be BPHW105. And then the serial number on the barrel is actually going to be right here on the chamber of the barrel. And that is KUT516.
Are you familiar with the Nibin system?
Yes, ma'am.
When there are two different serial numbers on the Nibin system, two different serial numbers on the weapon, does the different serial numbers on the barrel and the other parts have any impact on the ability to get proper Nibin results or ballistic comparisons?
Okay, so for comparisons, it may impact it because if a barrel is switched out, obviously we're looking at the markings on the actual projectiles themselves. For Nibin is the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network. That has to do with cartridge cases only. So we're not looking at projectiles for that. So switching out a barrel isn't as pertinent as it would be maybe a slide.
Thank you so much. I have no further questions.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. I just have a couple questions. it seems that you're telling us that there's components from 2 different firearms on this gun.
Yes.
Okay. Ultimately, at the end of the day, what caliber bullets or projectiles does this gun, as is, fire?
9mm.
Okay, fires 9mm. All right. Do you have any evidence that this gun has been used in any crimes on record?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have any evidence that this firearm has ever been fired by Shannon Stillwell?
I do not.
Do you have any evidence at all that Shannon Stillwell has ever been in possession of this firearm that you tested?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. I'm Doug Weinstein. I represent Deamonte Kendrick.
Good morning.
I have some similar questions to Mr. Sharp. Do you have any evidence that Mr. Kendrick ever fired this firearm?
I do not.
Do you have any evidence that Mr. Kendrick was ever in possession of this firearm?
I do not.
Do you know who modified this firearm to put the switch on the firearm?
I do not.
And do you know who may have modified the firearm so that it has a barrel that is inconsistent with the frame?
I do not know.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Redirect. The questions that were just asked of you, would you have any way to know any of those answers, given your work at the GBI?
I would not.
No further.
Who can give us those answers?
I do not know.
All right, I look forward to hearing from you.
All right, you are excused. Stay call your next witness.
Your Honor, please call Brian Shea to the stand. We're gonna need that.
You ready for that hands up? Swear firm testimony in front of this court, true and truthful declaration, sir? I do. Let me see, you state your first and last name, so
First name Brian, last name Shea. It's BRYANSHEA.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the Gwinnett County School Police
And how long have you been with the Gwinnett County School Police?
since August 19th of this year.
And prior to working at the Gwinnett County, for the Gwinnett County School Police, where did you work?
I was a senior investigator for Fulton County District Attorney's Office, but I was task forced out to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
How long did you work at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
I started in August of 2021.
Now, you said you also served as a task force officer with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. What did you do as a task force officer?
I was attached to an enforcement group. Our main function was illegal firearms, narcotics, and gang issues.
And while you were a task force officer, did you have the occasion to handle cases involving machine gun conversion devices?
I did.
And is that commonly called a switch?
It is.
What type of cases did you handle regarding machine gun conversion devices?
One specifically is I test fired a piece of evidence involved in the YSL case, the Rico trial. It was a Glock model 45 9mm that had a MCD machine gun conversion device affixed to the back of it.
And if you can briefly tell the jury, what was your education, background, and training experience to qualify you to serve as a task force officer?
I started law enforcement in 2003 with the Atlanta Police Department. I served there for almost 10 years. Left in 2010, went to the City of Johns Creek Police Department, where I started as uniform patrol, worked my way to detective, then made my way to narcotics detective, worked undercover narcotics for a task force. Left there in 2021, came here, was immediately assigned to the ATF, where I studied under numerous special agents there in weapons, firearm recognition, and how firearms work, specifically illegal ones.
So I'm going to take you to May 25th, 2023, where you asked to test a Glock Model 45 pistol.
I was.
And were you familiar with that type of firearm?
I was. It was actually the duty issued weapon that I was given by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
And there is an exhibit in front of you, 51XXA. Please look and tell me if you recognize Stacy Exhibit 51XXA.
I'm familiar, I recognize this weapon.
How do you recognize it?
This was the weapon that I test fired that day.
And we said that day, talking about May 25th, 2023?
Correct.
All right. And how many, in your time either as a task force officer or as in your other roles, how many guns with switches have you handled during the course of your law enforcement career?
Oh, numerous.
And what were you asked to do regarding that weapon?
I was asked to just do a demo video to show its functionality, that it does in fact fire as a fully automatic machine gun.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 51XXC. Tell me if you recognize this with a 51XXC.
I do.
How do you recognize 51XXC?
By the case number and my initials and the date, time on it.
Okay. And what is contained on 51XXC?
It is the video of myself at the Fulton County Training Center range, test firing a normal functioning semi-automatic Glock 45 9mm, and then test firing the State's exhibit.
And did that video fairly accurately depict your test firing of both those two weapons?
It does.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender in the mid 51XXC.
None of that, folks.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Now you said before you tested it, a normal functioning handgun and then I guess a not normal. What's the distinction between the normal way that it should operate and the abnormal way?
So the normal way, a semi-automatic pistol is one trigger pull expels one round from the magazine out of the barrel of the firearm. And when I test fired the state's exhibit, it was one trigger pull and it expelled 6 rounds out of the magazine, out of the weapon.
And before we play it, just where are you when you do the test fire?
The Fulton County Training Center on their range.
And which gun do you test fire first?
So it starts off with my actual duty weapon that is the same make and model as the state's exhibit, and mine is a semi-automatic pistol functioning as a semi-automatic pistol.
Black Model 45. This is my duty issue weapon. Serial number is Bravo Tom Uncle George 256. Empty chamber. Six round magazine loaded into duty weapon. Range is hot.
What did you say there?
I said empty magazine, and I showed an empty chamber that there are no more rounds inside the pistol.
Three, 4, 5, 6. Black Model number 45. Serial number Baker Paul Henry Whiskey 105. 6-round magazine.
And what do you say there?
I said empty magazine, empty chamber again.
And did that conclude your demonstration video?
It did.
Course indulgence for a moment. When you shot the automatic weapon, did it fire 6 rounds with one trigger pull?
It did.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Any cross of this witness?
No,
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Straight in through.
Raven Williams, RADEN WILLIAMS.
And good morning, Ms. Williams. How are you?
Good morning, I'm fine.
How old are you?
36.
And do you work?
Yeah.
What type of work do you do?
Home health care.
Okay. And are you from Atlanta?
Basically, yeah.
When you say basic, what do you mean?
I was raised in Augusta.
And how long have you been in the Atlanta area?
About 16 years.
And do you know someone by the name of Shannon Drinks?
Yes.
And how do you know Shannon?
I've been knowing him since Augusta.
Were you both raised together in Augusta?
We wasn't raised together, but we were around each other a lot.
And are you familiar with his family?
Yes.
Do you know his mother?
Yes.
And what's her name?
Sandra.
And does he have siblings?
Yes.
How many?
4.
And did he have children?
No.
Did Shamel have a nickname?
Yes.
What was his nickname?
Peanut.
And is that a nickname you called him when y'all were back in Augusta?
Yes.
Now, I know you said that you all grew up together or were around each other in Augusta. Do you know if he was born in Augusta?
Yes. No, I think he was born in Atlanta, I think.
But was he raised in Augusta?
Some, partially. They was back and forth.
When they were back and forth, is that between Augusta and Atlanta?
Yes.
Do you know where in Atlanta he would stay when they were in Atlanta?
I'm not sure when he was staying with his mom, but at the time of death, he was living with me.
Back in 2022, did you ever know him to hang out in the Summer Hill neighborhood?
Yeah, I think so.
What about in Mechanicsville?
I guess that's what you call it. I'm assuming.
I'm going to direct your attention to March 14th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to see Shamel Drinks on that day?
Yes.
Where were you when you saw him?
Home.
At the time, where were you living?
In Douglasville.
If you were coming from downtown, how would you get to your home?
20 West.
Sitting here today, do you remember what time he came to your house, or was he at your house all day?
I don't remember the time verbatim. I just know when I got there, it's like it was almost time to get my daughter from gymnastics, and that's normally like I want to say like 6 something, but I just can't remember. Like around that time frame, I believe.
And we say 6 something, that's 6 something p.m.
Yeah.
Was he already at your home when you were getting ready to maybe get your daughter from gymnastics?
Yes.
Was he at your home with anyone?
Yes.
Do you know who?
A boy named Barter.
Had you ever met that individual, Barter, before?
No.
Do you know if Barter was a nickname or his given name?
I'm not sure.
When you were home, let me ask, did you get home and he was already there with Barter, or did he come to your house and you let him in and he came with Barter?
I kind of think that it was kind of like at the same time, or like a few minutes off. I think he had pulled up and then they were in the car, and then when I pulled up, he started coming into the house.
Did both he and Barter come inside of the house?
He was coming in first with me, telling me who it was, and then the guy was coming up.
And I think I may have asked you this, but I'll ask you again. Had you ever seen Barter before?
No,
Had you ever heard Shannon talk about Barter?
no.
Did you all have plans for the evening?
Yes.
What were they?
I was getting ready to cook dinner, so he was coming back home to eat and chill with me and my daughter.
And let me ask you, at the time, were y'all two dating?
Yes.
Did he stay at the house
That night?
that night?
No, he never returned.
You said you had to get your daughter maybe around 6 o'clock p.m. What time did he leave your house?
I'm not sure.
Was it before you left to get your daughter or after you left to get your daughter?
He left just a couple of minutes before me.
Did you know where he was going?
He told me that he was running to the city and that he was dropping Barter off and then he was coming back.
Was there anything that you saw or observed that kind of triggered him leaving?
Kind of, but not really. I mean, I guess like the boy kept like just trying to insert himself like, oh, you cooking? I'm staying too. Can I stay? And like he was, my niece was there. So he was trying to like court my niece or whatever. And so I want to say the phone rang, if I remember correctly. And that's how he just ended up going ahead and leaving.
Do you know whose phone rang? Okay. When he left, did he leave with Barter?
Yes.
Did he ever make it back home?
No.
Did you at some point learn about his death?
Yes.
All right. Permission to approach your room? I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 123BV. Do you recognize individual 123BV?
Yes.
How do you recognize him?
That's Chanel.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how Chanel looks prior to his death?
Yes.
You're right. This time the state would like to admit 123BV into evidence.
Submitted.
Permission.
You may.
And is that Mr. Drinks?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Any questions for this witness?
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. One quick
Go ahead.
question. Have you ever heard the name Christian Johnson?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions?
This one, so he lost. I have no questions.
Okay, thank you for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
Yeah, of course it's up to you.
Whoever it is.
Your Honor, State House, Illinois.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And you state your first and last name, spell your first and last name, please.
Phil Norton, PhilNorton.
Good morning, Mr. Norton. How are you?
Good.
Good. Mr. Norton, would you tell the jury, are you a gun owner?
Yes,
How long have you owned guns, firearms?
my entire life.
What type of guns have you owned throughout your lifetime?
Couldn't tell you.
Have you ever owned a Glock 9mm weapon?
Yes.
Right. Now, when you purchase your firearms or when you obtain your firearms, where is it that you ordinarily get your firearms from?
Various places. I make holsters for a living, so I come across a lot of guns.
You make what for?
Holsters for guns.
Okay. And you said, so you come across a lot of guns?
I do gun shows almost every weekend,
All right. And where do you do your gun shows?
all over the place.
During your gun shows, do you buy guns from people or do you just sell them?
Everything, it changes every day. It's almost like a pawn shop.
Okay. All right. And do you
There's a
have?
lot of trading going on, selling, buying, not necessarily just guns, everything.
Okay. Including
Ammo,
your
optics, holsters, bags, everything in the industry.
Okay. Do you have to comply with any federal regulations at those gun shows?
If you buy from an FFL agent, yes. If you buy from a FFL holder, yes.
And what is an FFL holder?
Federal firearms license.
Now, when you say if you buy from an FFL holder, you have to comply with federal regulations. During those
Okay.
exchanges and during those sales and transactions that take place at the gun shows that you attend, are you either buying from FFL holders or are you an FFL holder?
No.
So there's no restrictions to the way that you sell and
If you're
purchase
a
them?
private owner or a private seller, under the Constitution, you can buy and sell guns. You don't have to have an FFL license.
Okay,
Just like if you were my neighbor and I sold you a gun.
okay.
I don't know if you know that or not.
I do not, because you just told me.
Yeah.
So when you purchase a firearm from someone, is there any kind of record of the types of
Not
firearms?
unless it's an FFL agent, no. Unless, if it's an so in other words, if I go to Academy Sports, there's paperwork filled out.
Okay.
If it's a private sale, no.
Now, you said you've owned guns all of your life? Or at least you've
Mhm.
had
Yes, ma'am.
access to firearms? So is it safe to say that you're pretty familiar with firearms and how they work?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the types of gun that you've owned, have they all been semi-automatic? Have they sometimes been revolvers, pistols, a whole range of guns?
Yes.
Yes to which question, since I asked a
All of
compound
them.
one? Okay. Have you ever owned an automatic weapon?
No.
Have you ever handled an automatic weapon?
No.
Do you know what an automatic weapon does?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Because this is my business.
Fair enough. And so is it safe to say you make it your business to do that type of research, or you've seen it in action?
It's 2024. If you can't see that on YouTube, it's pretty easy.
Okay,
It's very acceptable knowledge. Everybody has it.
all right. And what about the way that a gun is made or transitioned from a semi-automatic to an automatic weapon? Are you familiar with that as well?
No, not how to do it.
Not how to do it?
Mhm.
Are you familiar with the mechanism that causes a gun to go from semi-automatic to automatic?
Which one?
The switch.
I am familiar with it.
Have you ever purchased a switch?
No. I've only seen it on TV or YouTube, I would say.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what we have marked as states 51XX alpha. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, are you able to recognize the firearm that is in this box?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you ever owned the firearm that is in this box?
Of course.
according to why I'm here, yes.
Now, would you explain what you mean when you say according to why you're here?
I believe I purchased this off of a law enforcement agent, and then I traded it at some point.
Okay,
What I've been told, and I believe when I was talking about it, yeah.
and does this appear to be the firearm that you purchased from that?
Not anymore, now with that switch on it.
Okay. Do you see the switch on it that you're talking about?
I do, I know what they are. I've never seen one. I've only seen it on YouTube.
All right, point two,
That's it, right?
is it okay if I hold it up, Judge?
Yes, it's locked, right?
Yes,
It is, Judge.
Yes.
it's right there in the back.
Okay. So this little part right here? Okay.
And so somehow that makes it so you just pull the trigger once.
Okay, and what is your understanding of when you said you pull the trigger once, somehow that makes it?
It empties it. It just, you don't pull it again.
Okay. And given your experience with firearms, is there any particular reason that you never purchased a switch or utilized?
If it's a felony and illegal, it'd be a good reason. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
And the last time that you owned this weapon, it did not have that switch attachment on it.
It didn't come from the officer like that, and it didn't leave me like that.
Do you remember what you did? Did you sell it at one of your gun shows?
I really don't. I tried to recall. It was quite a while after. I don't know if I traded it or sold it, or I really don't remember.
Okay.
I probably traded it because you can usually trade in it more value.
And when you say traded it, would it have been at a gun show or at a pawn shop?
No, at a gun show.
Okay.
Yeah.
And again, there's not records that are kept of who you would have traded it to.
No, ma'am.
And then once you traded it, you kept no contact with the buyer of the firearm to know what they did.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Just one second. Now, is it, I'm sorry, I'm gonna let him make that like it should be. Is it safe to say, or I should ask you, do you even know a person by the name of Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson?
No, ma'am.
Do you even know a person by the name of Deamonte Kendrick?
No, ma'am.
Do you know anyone that goes by the name SD?
No, ma'am.
Do you know anyone that goes by the name Yakai?
No, ma'am.
Do you know a Jeffrey Williams?
No, ma'am.
Do you know anyone that goes by Young Thug personally?
No, ma'am.
And is it safe to say you've never had any transactions with either of those people?
Pass that again?
Have you ever had any transactions with either of those?
No, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much, sir. That's all I had.
Yes, ma'am.
Any questions for this witness? Mrs. Weinstein, okay.
Good morning, Mr. Norton.
Morning.
My name is Doug Weinstein. I represent Deamonte Kendrick, who's sitting right over there.
Okay.
Just a couple of questions. You said that when you had this firearm, it did not have a switch on it, correct?
Yes, sir.
You don't know who modified it to put that switch on there, do you?
No, sir.
You don't know if my client, Mr. Kendrick, has ever been in possession of this gun, do you?
No, sir.
Okay. You don't know if he's ever fired this gun, do you?
No, sir.
All right, no further questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
Just briefly, you were not at a person by the name of Jeffrey Williams' house on May 9th, 2022, were you?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for your time. You may step down, call your next witness. You're excused. Thank you.
They call Dr. Melissa Stanley.
You swear affirm the testimony you give the truth, State your name, first name, of course, please.
Melissa Sims Stanley, Melissa, SIMS-STANLEY.
Say good morning.
Good morning.
Could you explain to the jurors how you are currently employed?
Currently I'm retired as of July this year.
And prior to July of this year, well, congratulations, one. And prior to July of this year, can you tell the jurors how you were employed or where?
Yes, I was an associate medical examiner with the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office.
And can you tell the jurors how long were you an associate medical examiner with the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
I began at Fulton County as a locum tenens or contract medical examiner in March of 2020 and was hired full-time in July of 2022.
And prior to beginning your contract work in March of 2020 with Fulton County, can you tell the jurors, were you employed by other medical examiners, agencies in other counties?
Yes, I was a regional medical examiner with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation from July of 2000 to December of 2019.
Now, can you tell the jurors a little bit about your educational background and training that has allowed you to work as a medical examiner for all these years?
I obtained a Bachelor of Science degree from Emory University, a medical degree from the Medical College of Georgia. I did a 1-year internship in internal medicine, also at the Medical College of Georgia. I then completed an anatomic and clinical pathology residency, followed by 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Medical University of South Carolina.
And can you tell the jurors, in your number of years working in various medical examiners, agencies or offices, approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
Greater than 3,500.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender Dr. Cindy Stanley as an expert in forensic pathology.
She is so qualified and may testify as an expert in that field.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Dr. Cindy Stanley, can you tell the jurors generally when you are preparing to begin an autopsy, some of the first steps that you take before actually beginning the autopsy?
Yes, every medical examiner's office has a staff of medical examiner investigators. So the coroner, if it's a certain county, or law enforcement will contact the medical examiner's investigators to discuss a death. If that death falls within the jurisdiction of a medical examiner's office, then the case is accepted into that office. Cases which fall under the Georgia Death Investigation Act to be autopsied by medical examiner's offices are unnatural or unexpected deaths, unnatural being homicide, suicide, accident. However, every medical examiner's office gets a fair number of natural deaths, drug-related deaths. It's just that they may be in the unexpected category.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, while working at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office, was it a part of the normal procedures and practices for an autopsy to be documented with photographs?
Yes.
And as you do the procedures with the external and internal portions of the autopsy, are you having someone, I guess, take your notes of your findings and conclusions?
I take notes during the autopsy and then dictate the autopsy afterwards to be transcribed.
Okay, and are your findings and conclusions then memorialized in a report?
Yes, they are.
And is that something you did for every autopsy that you performed while working with the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Now, I want to direct your attention to March 17th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to perform an autopsy on a gentleman named Shamel Drinks?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, as it relates to the autopsy of Mr. Drinks, were the policies and procedures that you just described
completed? And I mean, were photographs taken and was a report created?
Yes.
And I want to show you what's been marked as state's exhibits. I'll show you what's been marked as state's exhibits 126 through 161, and then state's exhibit 162, Victor Victor.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Stanley, in your review of state's exhibits, we'll start with 126 VV through 161 VV. Do you recognize the photographs contained in those exhibits?
I do.
And can you tell the jurors how you recognize those photographs?
They are photographs which were taken during the course of the autopsy.
And are those photographs in state's exhibits 126 VV through 161 VV? Are they fair and accurate copies of the photographs taken during the March 17, 2022 autopsy of Mr. Drinks?
Yes, sir.
And I want to move to state's exhibit 162 VV. Can you tell the jurors, do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It is a copy of my autopsy report.
Okay. And is state's exhibit 162 VV, is it a fair and accurate copy of the autopsy report that you created for the autopsy that you did on Mr. Drinks on March 17th of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender what's been marked as state's exhibit 126 VV through 162 VV.
Your Honor, for 126 to 161, no objection. 162, I don't have an objection for admitting it to the record. I guess it's a.
Okay, well, those are all admitted. In terms of what goes out, is what that item is.
Now, Dr. Stanley, can you explain to the jurors when you began the autopsy procedure on Mr. Drinks on March 17th? Can you tell the jurors what you did first to kind of initiate your process as it related to the autopsy?
Yes. Before any autopsy, the investigative information, which is written up by the investigator, is reviewed. I always say an autopsy is never performed in a vacuum. You always have the investigative information first, and then a further investigative information or medical history is needed. That's requested by the medical examiner. So in this case, as there were gunshot wounds, X-rays were taken of Mr. Drinks. Before the autopsy, every medical examiner's office has the capability to perform X-rays. In this case, it's because if there are bullets in the body, the location needs to be determined and they need to be recovered at autopsy. After that, the external examination is performed, documenting everything from hair color, eye color, scars, tattoos, trauma, obviously if trauma is present, and then the internal examination is performed.
Okay, and I want to show you, it should pop up on the screen before you, State's Exhibits 127 BV and 129 BV. Now, Dr. Sim-Stanley, can you explain to the jurors, I guess, the purpose of this photograph that is taken during the autopsy procedure?
This is a facial identification photograph. You will notice in every photograph there is the unique identifying case number for this autopsy and for every piece of evidence which is associated with this autopsy.
Okay, and Exhibit 129, can you tell the jurors, is this the state in which Mr. Drink's body was received by the medical examiner's office?
Yes, everyone is received within a sealed and labeled body bag. Once that body bag is opened, photographs are taken along the way as an extra step of documentation. So this is a photograph of how Mr. Drinks was received. The white paper bags on the hands are placed on the hands, typically by law enforcement at the scene for preservation of possible evidence.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors in your, I guess, when you began the external review of Mr. Drinks, can you tell the jurors, did you notice, as it relates to the injuries, anything like soot or stippling?
No. However, there was what's called pseudo stippling or false stippling associated with the entrance gunshot wound of his neck.
Okay, can you explain to the jurors what is pseudo stippling and how is that created?
Yes. Well, first, soot is the combustion of gunpowder, which is associated with contact or near contact gunshot wounds. Gunpowder stippling refers to the burning and unburned grains of gunpowder, which can impact on the skin around an entrance gunshot wound. They look like red pinpoint, very small abrasions. This is characteristic of close range or intermediate range gunshot wounds. In this case, the investigative information and the scene findings I had was that Mr. Drinks was found deceased within a vehicle, and that there were gunshot wound defects noted in the car doors, the front door, the front driver's door, the front passenger door, as well as the front passenger's windshield. So he had what's called pseudo stippling, so it's not gunpowder stippling, but there were larger irregular abrasions which were associated with the entrance gunshot wound of the neck. So what that tells you is, in conjunction with the scene findings, that when a bullet passes through an intermediary target, say the bullet passes through a wall or a window prior to striking the victim, that can fragment the bullet, and those bullet fragments can impact on the skin around the entrance wound, or it can fragment the intermediary object itself, the door, the window. So those fragments can impact. So there were those irregular fragments of either the intermediary target or the projectile around the entrance wound of the neck.
And the irregularly, can't say that word this morning, the irregular, the things that you found to be not normal, I guess. My mouth is not going to say that word today. Can you tell us, in States Exhibit 138 BB, can you point out to the jury what you are talking about as it relates to the pseudo stippling?
Yes, it's easier to see on what's termed the clean photograph. Photographs of wounds are taken before cleaning the body and after. But
145 BV, if that will help assist.
Yes, if you can look at the top of the photograph, when we see the outline of his mandible or his lower jaw, I think you can appreciate there are some irregular red or dark areas that are associated around his mandible. And also around the, termed the mastoid process, this bump that you feel at the base of the skull. So those are characteristic of what's called pseudo-stippling. So they're fragments of the intermediary target.
Can you tell the jurors, how does that affect or your ability to determine, I guess, the range of fire, or how far a barrel of a gun is from the gunshot wound that we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 145, Victor?
Well, once a projectile has passed through an intermediary target before striking the victim, the medical examiner is not able to determine that distance. Say if there is the shooter, a door, and the victim, the medical examiner is not able to determine whether the shot was fired immediately next to the door, or 30 feet, 50 feet, or more away from the door. So it's termed indeterminate range. In other words, you don't know the range of fire through an intermediary target. So this was indeterminate range through an intermediary target. That's the range of fire.
So the findings that you just talked about, are they consistent with someone being shot while in a vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you talked about in State's Exhibit 145 BV that this wound on the neck was an entrance wound. Can you tell the jurors, what is there an exit wound associated with this injury, this shot to the neck?
There was not. The bullet was retained within the body.
Okay. And I should have asked you this first. In the exhibit we're looking at in 145 BV, can you tell the jurors what side of Mr. Drink's body is this gunshot wound to the neck?
This is the right side of the neck.
It would be the side that's, I guess, closest to, if you're sitting in the driver's seat of a vehicle, to the passenger, I guess, compartment.
Correct, yes.
Now, can you tell the jurors, if there is no exit wound, can you explain to the jurors, were you able to determine during the external and internal portions of the autopsy that you performed, the pathway of travel of the projectile or bullet through Mr. Drink's neck and into his body?
Yes, the bullet entered the right side of the neck. It was going upward, in other words, towards the top of Mr. Drink's head and to his left. So the bullet passed through the soft tissue of the neck and impacted the base of the skull, fractured the base of the skull, and caused bleeding within the brain case, and also caused a small laceration of the base of the brain.
Now, Doctor, can you explain to the jurors when someone receives a traumatic injury like this, and you said it goes through Mr. Drink's neck, it fractures the base of the skull, and does it travel upward?
Yes, it was traveling upward.
Okay. The areas of the brain that you just described, that the pathway of travel is for the projectile, can you tell the jury what areas of the brain is affected, and what motor skills does it affect as it relates to someone who is shot in this manner?
Well, in this case, the bullet fracturing the base of the skull, this represents a massive injury to the skull and also to the brain. It caused bleeding on the surface and within the brain. And whenever there is massive trauma such as this to the brain, consciousness is lost immediately. However, I could not determine whether this shot was instantly fatal or if Mr. Drink still had some cardiac and respiratory activity for some undetermined period of time. Sometimes with these catastrophic injuries to the brain can send out a signal to the heart, which causes the heart to either stop beating immediately or to go into a lethal rhythm. So consciousness would have been lost immediately, but whether death was instantaneous or there was some cardiac activity or breathing activity for some period of time, I couldn't determine.
And can you explain to the jury, based on the circumstances you kind of just described, what does, I know you described what the brain, the message that is sent to the heart. Can you explain to the jurors, are there other things that the body does under these circumstances? And I mean, are there any involuntary actions that the body can produce as it relates to someone who was shot in this manner?
Well, if there was still cardiac and respiratory activity, then there could have been obviously breathing. As people are dying, they can exhibit abnormal patterns of breathing. So I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to.
In I guess I'll give you an example. In an instance where someone is shot like this, and someone's hands clench and it remained clenched because of the immediate traumatic injury that they received to their brain.
It's possible, yes.
Now, as it relates to the direction of travel, if Mr. Drink's head is tilted to the left and he's shot from the right side through the passenger door, would that be consistent with, I guess, why the projectile would travel upward?
Yes. And just a clarification, when I talk of the direction of the bullet, that means the direction of the bullet once it enters the body. I'm not able to determine direction of the position of the gun or the shooter from that.
Okay. And so the bullet enters the right side of his neck. It travels upward. Can you explain to the jurors where the bullet ended within the head cavity of Mr. Drakes?
Yes, the bullet was recovered within the fractured base of the skull.
Okay. Can you explain to the jurors as you continue the autopsy, were there any other injuries associated with a gunshot wound?
Yes. Mr. Drinks had a gunshot wound pathway through the upper portion of his right forearm. It entered what's referred to as the back or the dorsal aspect of the forearm. The bullet passed through the soft tissue of the forearm and then exited the ventral or inside surface of the right forearm.
And in the exhibit that we're looking at in front of you, 6 of 140 BV, is that the entrance wound that you just described as it relates to the shot that he received in his forearm?
Yes, that is the entrance wound.
Now, I want to show you State's Exhibit 142 VV. I know you just described kind of the travel or the pathway of travel of the bullet. In this exhibit, 142, Victor, is this the exit wound that you just described?
Yes, it is.
Now, can you explain to the jurors how you're able to determine which is an entry wound and which is an exit wound based on your training and your number of years of experience?
In general, entrance gunshot wounds have a more round, regular appearance. Typically, entrance gunshot wounds have what's called an abrasion border. This means as the bullet pierces the skin, it abrades or scrapes off a thin border of the skin around the wound. Exit gunshot wounds typically have a more irregular appearance. They typically do not have abrasion borders, but there can be exceptions.
And in State's Exhibit 141 BV, the abrasion border that you're describing, is that in the middle of, I guess, State's Exhibit 141 BV, the darker colored area around the gunshot wound?
No, that's more of the flap of skin.
So you're the doctor, I'll let you do it.
This entrance gunshot wound was larger than normal. It was half an inch The entrance gunshot wound of the neck was about 2/10 or 3/10 of an inch. So because this entrance gunshot wound was round, it was larger and more irregular. That was also consistent with this projectile also passing through an intermediary target. The abrasion border was slightly more irregular. So here we see this is a dark abrasion. There's also a thinner rim of dark abrasion on this side of the entrance gunshot wound. This represents a laceration or tear of the skin. And then this area is just somewhat of an irregular flap of skin.
Okay, and then I'm gonna bring back up States 142 BB. Can you explain to the jurors the difference in the exit wound that we're seeing here as it relates to the entry wound and how you are able to make your determinations?
Yes, this is an exit wound. Exit wounds can either look like multiple lacerations or tears of the skin, but one of the characteristics of exit gunshot wounds is that you can reapproximate the skin edges, and that exit gunshot wounds typically do not have an abrasion border. So there's no abrasion border associated with this wound, and it was very easy to reapproximate the skin edges.
Thank you very much. Now, as a part of the autopsy that you performed, I want to show you States Exhibit 147 VV and 148 VV. Can you explain to the jurors, I guess, the analysis that you did as it relates to the jacket that Mr. Drinks had on when he was shot?
Yes, for homicide cases, photographs of the clothing are always made, and then photographs are taken to determine if there are defects in the clothing which seem to correspond with the gunshot wounds.
And when you're examining the clothing of a victim who's been shot, do you look for soot, like you talked about earlier, to determine, to help you make a determination as it relates to range of fire?
Yes.
Okay. Now, lastly, I want to show you States Exhibit 161 VV. And you described at the beginning of your autopsy that x-rays are always taken, as well as the fact that you, during the autopsy, were able to remove a projectile from you said the base of the fractures of the skull of Mr. Drinks, is that correct?
Yes.
And in States Exhibit 161 BB, is this the projectile that you removed?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And because my medical terminology is limited, can you explain to the jurors? You said you removed it from the base of the skull fracture. Where is that?
Yes, I actually removed it from the occipital skull. The occipital skull forms the lower back portion of the skull, but also the back half of the base of the skull. I wrote sphenoid skull, which is a portion of the skull which is in the central base of the skull, and that was a mistake, and I noted it in the report. It was recovered from the occipital skull, not the sphenoid skull.
And in 146 VV, can you orient the jurors? I guess, do you see, I guess, the general area where the projectile would have been removed? Is it contained in that photograph, like the base of the skull?
No, that photograph was just to document whether there were injuries behind the right ear.
So I'm going to have you, I guess, show on me where would the bullet have been removed as it relates to the base of Mr. Drink's skull?
The bullet would have been removed from, it's difficult to point because it would have been, if we think of the base of the skull, it would have been inside, below the skull base, somewhat on the right side.
Is it near the knot that you described earlier?
It would have been internal to that, yes.
And can you tell the jurors, once you removed the projectile and placed it in the clear box with being labeled. What do you do with it next?
It is then submitted as evidence to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Now, as a part of your autopsy procedures, can you tell the jurors what your determination was as it relates to the cause of death of Mr. Drinks?
Yes, I stated that the cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds.
And as it relates to your determination of the manner of death of Mr. Drinks, can you explain to the jurors what your determination was?
Yes, for the purposes of a medical examiner, if the actions of another individual cause or contribute to the death, then the manner is classified as a homicide.
Your Honor, I have nothing further at this time.
All right, other questions? Okay.
Good morning. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Stillwell is seated right over here. So I want to ask you about this concept of stippling and pseudo-stippling first, okay? Now, you're not saying that stippling is involved in this case, you're saying pseudo-stippling.
Yes.
Which could have been caused by the projectile fragmenting and the little pieces embedding in or affecting Mr. Drinks' skin, or little pieces of the intermediate object, perhaps a window or something like that.
Or door, yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm not talking about the pseudo-stippling that you found in this case. I'm just talking in general. When we're talking about stippling, I just want to clarify something. Stippling, you're saying, is caused by burns around a gunshot wound when it's a close and range shot.
Yes. When once it's stippling, it typically means gunpowder stippling, but yes, that's correct.
Okay, and you're saying gunpowder stippling, and that's just what I want to clarify. The stippling is caused by gunpowder soot that is ejected out the barrel of the gun and would affect the skin of the unfortunate decedent, correct?
Yes, gunpowder stippling represents the burning and unburned grains of gunpowder, which exit the barrel and can impact on the skin in a close range gunshot wound.
Okay, and I know you're not an expert in gunshot residue testing or anything like that, but I just want to clarify. These are two different concepts, correct?
That's correct.
Gunpowder stippling and then gunshot residue testing, where you would test an area or a specific object for the presence of gunshot residue. Those are two separate concepts, both involving gunshot residue.
Well, the determination of gunpowder stippling at autopsy, yes, is done by the medical examiner.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now, in this case, as I understand, there were two gunshot wounds that you observed.
Yes.
Okay. One to the arm, to the forearm, and one to the neck.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. The lethal wound was the wound to the neck.
That's correct.
Okay. And as the medical examiner, you do not know what order those two shots occurred.
That's correct. I do not know.
Okay, so Mr. Drinks could have been shot in the arm first or in the neck first.
That's correct.
Okay. And I want to talk specifically about the lethal wound to the neck. Okay. You talked and used medical terms, and it sounds like there was massive injury to the base of the brain, among other things.
The skull and the brain, yes, sir.
Okay. And you testified, to my understanding, that the ability to consciously control one's body would be immediately lost.
That's correct.
Okay. death may not be immediate, but the ability to move body parts, to open a door, to move your feet up and down, things of that nature would be immediately lost.
Yes, conscious movement would have been immediately lost, yes.
Okay, and we're not talking about within a minute, we're talking about immediate because of the severance of the, because the base of the
Because
brain
of
was
the
severed.
massive damage to the skull and the brain, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything else? Okay, any redirect?
Dr. Stanley, if after receiving a gunshot wound to the neck, as Mr. Drinks did, and prior to being shot, he had his foot compressed on the brake, is it possible, or is it consistent with the fact, would his foot remain on the brake? Is that possible?
After sustaining the gunshot wound to the neck?
Yes.
Yes, that's possible.
Yes. Now, you said earlier that the direction of travel was upward. Can you explain to the jury, was it upward to the left, upward to the right? Can you explain that?
Yes, again, this direction is simply from the time that the bullet enters the body. It went towards his head, which is upward, and towards his left, upward and to the left.
And I want to ask you one last question. When someone is shot, would you expect to find gunshot residue on that person?
Not necessarily.
Okay. I don't have anything further on.
Doctor, Mr. Abadi just asked, after being shot in the neck in the way that Mr. Drinks was, unfortunately, whether it's possible that one's foot could remain on a brake if it was already there. And you said that's possible.
Yes.
Okay. What is not possible, you would agree it's not possible after suffering that wound that someone would be actively moving their feet up and down off the brake. That would not be possible.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for your time, and you are excused.
Yes,
How long is your next witness?
Probably about 35 minutes.
Okay, why don't we take a break, and then we'll get back with our next witness.
All right, here.
All right, 10 minutes or whenever the jury gets back.
There's some difficulty with parking outside. Is it possible?
Yeah, because there's a gas leak at the corner of MLK and Piedmont.
Can we just have to, he's getting out of his car at what? Well,
Do you have another
witness?
I said it will let him. I mean, if we hadn't taken our break, he'd be like 30 minutes late already.
But that, he would have been here.
Do you have somebody else you can call?
Yes.
All right, call somebody else. Let's get the jury out. Please. We're ready for the jury. That's all right.
Please. Your Honor, state called the Davidson.
Read your right hand, you swear affirm to the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Spell your first and last name. And then spell your first, I'm sorry, pronounce your first and last name, and then spell your first and last name, of course.
Harshita Davis, Harshida, last name Davis, Davis.
And where are you employed?
I work for Enterprise Mobility, which operates as Enterprise Alamo and National Car Rental.
And how long have you worked for Enterprise Mobility?
23 years.
And are you local?
Yes.
Tell the jury briefly about your time with Enterprise.
So I've worked with Enterprise in several different markets. I started in North Carolina, in Charlotte, North Carolina. I have worked in the Chicago market, the Fort Myers market, and most recently here in the Atlanta market. I've been here for just over 5 years, and I manage the risk management program for all of Atlanta and Atlanta metro area and suburbs and north of Atlanta.
And if you can tell the jury, what does your group do as far as the risk management program?
So my department is primarily responsible for vehicle safety, security, investigations, compliance, and litigation.
And in your role, are you familiar with the official records of Enterprise Holdings?
Yes.
And are those documents or records generated when an individual rents a vehicle?
Yes.
And are those records kept in a regular and ordinary course of business for Enterprise Holdings?
Yes.
Tell the jury, what are the documents that are generated when an individual rents a vehicle?
So we generally have the rental agreement, which would be signed by the person renting the vehicle. And then we also have documents that are generated once the rental agreement is initiated, documents that can be generated throughout the rental, within the computer system.
And when you're renting a vehicle with a rental agency, a part of Enterprise Holdings, are there security cameras and security footage at the locations?
There are typically security cameras at the locations. Not every single rental location in our company has security cameras.
And if there are certain facilities with surveillance videos, are those surveillance videos kept in a regular and ordinary course of business for Enterprise Holdings?
Yes.
Can you generally describe the rental process for an individual renting a vehicle with Alamo under the Enterprise umbrella?
So typically someone renting with Alamo where specifically, it would be different based on location. So I'm just wanting to make sure which location you would like me to.
Let's talk about the location at the airport.
At the Atlanta airport.
Atlanta airport, yes.
Okay, so at the Atlanta airport, an individual would typically, they could walk up for a reservation or they could book a reservation in advance. They would arrive at our counters at the rental car center, and we would validate the reservation, validate form of payment, as well as validate the driver's license for the person who would be renting the vehicle.
And when you say you validate the driver's license, what exactly do you do in order to validate?
We visually validate the driver's license, that it belongs to the person who's renting the vehicle.
And are cars with Alamo sometimes rented through third-party businesses?
Yes, you can book through a third-party agency. So there's different agencies that book rather than going just straight to the Alamo website.
Is the rental process different if you book through a third party versus going directly to the Alamo website?
It's not. The only difference would be the form of payment may be prepaid versus paid at the counter.
You talked about verifying identification. What identification needs to be presented to rent the vehicle with Alamo?
If you have a valid U.S. driver's license, we would just require you to present your original, true valid driver's license. If you have a foreign driver's license, we would need the foreign driver's license. If the foreign driver's license, we're not able to, interpret it, we would require also an international driver's license be presented alongside the foreign driver's license, and then a copy of we would view the passport.
When individuals rent cars with Alamo, are they allowed to have a secondary driver?
You can add a secondary driver to the contract.
If the secondary driver is a spouse, do they have to be added to the contract?
We do not add spouses to the contract. Built into our contract, a legal spouse with a valid driver's license is able to operate the vehicle.
Now, if a renter approaches with an individual and they say that's their spouse, can they be an authorized user? Do you verify whether or not they are actually married or not?
We do not.
Now, with Alamo, with your fleet of vehicles, when an individual rents a vehicle from Alamo, are they allowed to tint or manipulate the vehicle in any way?
No.
We earlier talked about surveillance footage. Is there surveillance footage at the Alamo Alamo rental location at the Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport?
Yes.
Generally, how long are surveillance videos kept at that location?
At that location, surveillance should be kept for a minimum of 60 days. Depending on how much data, you could get a little bit longer than that, but it's a minimum of 60 days.
And in your role, do you sometimes get requests from law enforcement to assist with law enforcement investigations?
Yes.
Now, earlier you talked that part of the risk management job duties is to ensure vehicle safety and security. How do you go about ensuring vehicle safety and security?
Well, we have a lot of internal processes in place, but there's also external laws and guidelines we have to follow in regards to keeping vehicles safe. And our job in our risk management department is to coach and train all employees that come through are hired on in the company to know, how to ensure that they are only renting safe vehicles, and how to properly inspect vehicles and what condition they should be rented in.
I want to direct your attention to March 16th, 2022. Did a member of Animal Security team get a request for documentation for a rental vehicle associated with a tag number of MD8ED7071 from the Atlanta Police Department?
They did.
And were you able to provide any documentation or any other information regarding that vehicle?
I'm sorry, what?
Sure. Were they able to produce any documentation to the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to see that documentation prior to your testimony today?
Yes.
Commissioner Procher?
May
I'm showing you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 186 VV and 187 VV. Some of you recognize those items.
I do.
First over 186 VV, how do you recognize 186 VV?
These are the rental agreement details for the rental in question.
And how do you recognize 187 VV?
This is the signed rental agreement that was initiated at the time of that rental.
And are these two documents, the rental agreement details and the rental agreement, kept in the regular and ordinary course of Alamo business?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit Stacy Exhibit 186 VV and 187 VV into evidence.
Those are admitted.
Permission to publish 186 VV. And if we are able to zoom in. Looking at Stacy Exhibit 186 VV, what document is 186 VV?
So this document is the printout of the rental agreement details.
Okay. And let's start from the beginning. What is the rental time and date for this vehicle?
So the rental time of pickup is March 14th, 2022 at 14:58 hours. And the estimated return time is March 20th, 2022 at 1500 hours.
Okay. And it's 14:50 at 2:58 p.m.
Yes.
Right. And is there any other information contained within this first portion of the document of note?
Just the rental agreement number, which is our file number for this rental, the reservation number, as well as it does the 258 timestamp is when the contract was started. And then, the 3:07 or 1507 minutes just is when the contract was completed.
And its completion when it is actually signed?
It's when the vehicle is added, to the rental and completed at the exit.
Okay. All right, I want to scroll down to the second portion of section 186 VV. Now, looking at the second portion where it has this frequent traveler program, what information is contained in this second portion of 186 VV?
This is just information regarding how the vehicle was booked and what the rates contract numbers are. But you can see where it says Priceline package, it's just saying that it was booked through Priceline.
All right. And going down to the next portion, do we see the license plate number?
Yes.
And what is that license plate number?
It's AED 7071, Maryland.
And are you able to see here what type of vehicle it is?
It does not state exactly what type of vehicle it is right here. However, it does, it provides the last 8 digits of the VIN, the vehicle identification number. And then it also states that it's a luxury car.
Okay. And within your luxury fleet at Alamo, or out of the part of your luxury fleet at Alamo?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Sure. You said it was a luxury vehicle.
Yeah.
Within your luxury fleet, is Audi considered one of the vehicles that's a part of the luxury fleet?
Correct.
All right. I want to scroll down. Who is the renter for this contract?
Shannon Bernard Jackson.
Right. And there's some information redacted. Would that be the information that would have been provided as a part of the rental agreement?
Yes, as part of this document, that information this section is the contact information for the renter.
Okay. Scrolling down. And let's start at the beginning of the note section. What information is generally contained within the note section of this rental agreement detail?
So it's just your basic information when you first pick up the vehicle. It tells you if any products have been added to the contract, just what's been done to initiate the rental.
And looking at 258 on March 14th, 2022, what, if any, information was provided within the note section?
There's an alert that came through that, we needed to verify ID and payment method.
All right.
Which is standard.
I want to scroll down to March 16th, 2022 at 13:36. What, if anything, happened on March 16th, 2022?
So it appears that the renter contacted our customer service department and extended the rental. The customer service department provided a new rate, a new extension date for the contract, and indicated that the renter agreed.
Okay. And is it fair to say that the initial agreement was for March 14th through March 16th, but then on March 16th it was extended to March 20th?
Yes.
Is there any other information contained on 186 VV?
No.
No.
There is, I think you skipped over the section in the personal information. There's a little section of just that does provide a driver's license number for the person renting the vehicle, but it was blacked out.
Okay. And would that have been verified like we discussed earlier?
Yes.
All right. Now looking at 187 VV. Looking at Stacy's exhibit 187 VV, what is 187 VV?
This is the signed rental agreement that was initiated at the time of the rental.
And does it contain some of the information that was in the rental agreement details that we just looked at?
Yes, it does contain some of the same information.
Now, what was the address of the rental location where this vehicle was rented from?
2200 Rental Car Center Parkway in College Park.
And is that your Atlanta Airport location?
Yes.
And what on here does it tell us what type of vehicle was rented on the rental agreement?
It tells you the type of vehicle, and it does tell you the rental information. It doesn't actually provide the VIN on this document. It provides it, it's in the rental agreement details.
All right. And I want to scroll down to the middle. Is this the document that would have been provided to Mr. Jackson at the facility when he went to go pick up the car?
Yes.
All right. And looking at the signature lines, is it signed SJ?
Yes.
And then flipping to page 2 of the document. Is there a final signature at the bottom of the page?
Yes. Yes.
And generally, what is the renter agreeing to by signing this document?
The renter is agreeing to our terms and conditions of the rental contract.
And would the terms and agreement include not manipulating or adding tents to the vehicle?
Yes.
Now, at the airport facility, does that facility have surveillance video?
Yes.
And as a part of the request from the Atlanta Police Department, were you able to provide surveillance images for this rental?
Yes.
Commissioner Coach, I'm showing what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 189 BV and 188 BV. Tell me if you recognize 189 BV and 188 BV.
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
They're screenshots from video footage from our camera system.
And do those appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of screenshots from the surveillance images from the rental on March 14th, 2022?
Yes.
You're right. This time the state would like to admit Stacy Exhibit 189 BV and 188 BV into evidence.
That's right.
Thank you. Admitted. First, we're going to publish Stacy Exhibit 188 BV. When a renter, while we're waiting for it, when a renter calls in or requests for a vehicle extension, do you ever ask for a reason for the vehicle extension?
No, it's a pretty common practice.
Right. Looking at Stacy Exhibit 188 BV, can you tell the jurors where at the Alamo, is this the airport facility? Is this the Alamo airport facility?
Yes.
Where would this surveillance video image be captured?
At our exit booth.
Okay. And looking at the exit booth, do you see a young woman in the driver's seat?
Yes.
And are you able to see anyone in this picture in the passenger seat?
Yes.
Okay. Are you able to tell sitting here if that's a male or a female?
I think it's a male.
Okay, all right. And what is happening generally when this images is being captured?
There, when the renter completes the contract, they go out to the garage where they select a vehicle. And so at the exit booth, the vehicle is then added on to the contract. And they just, have to show the information that they were given at the counter. And this is where the completion of the contract happens.
Do you have to show your driver's license again at this particular portion of the rental process?
They may request it.
Now I want to show you what's been admitted to Exhibit 189 VV. Where is this image being captured?
So this is at our counter, at the Alamo counter that's located in the rental car center.
And would this generally be the beginning of the process to rent the vehicle or to pick up the vehicle, I should say?
Yes.
Now, to your knowledge, was this vehicle ever returned to the rental facility on March 20th, 2022?
It was not.
Okay. Did you ever recover this vehicle?
We did.
And where was it recovered?
It was recovered from the police.
And when vehicles are recovered, do you take pictures of the vehicles once it's returned back to Alamo?
We will if the vehicle is damaged or it has any change of condition from when it was rented out.
Okay. Permission to approach again, ma'am? I'm showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 176 BV through 185 BV. I want to take a moment and review this. Do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of pictures that were taken of the vehicle when it was recovered and brought back to Alamo?
Yes.
All right, this time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 175 BV through 188 BV.
Okay, before you said 176 through 185, what is it really?
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry, 176 through 185.
Okay, those are admitted.
And first, I want to start with State's Exhibit 185 BV. Looking at State's Exhibit 185 BV, is this the vehicle that was rented to Shannon Jackson on March 14, 2022?
Yes.
And in looking at State's Exhibit 185 BV, do you notice anything different about the vehicle when it's returned to Alamo?
The vehicle does have a significant just amount of tint on it.
And where do you see that significant amount of tint on it?
In this picture, I can see it on the windshield.
And would Alamo have had any tint on the vehicle when it was rented?
We do not tint our vehicles.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 176 VV. I'm going to show you 184 VV and 180 VV. Do those pictures also show a similar level of tint on the vehicle?
Yes.
And sitting here now, do you know when that tint was ever put on that vehicle?
I do not.
Now I want to show you 182 VV. (183 VV). And 177 VV. First, let me ask, where is this facility, or what facility is this, where the car is?
So this facility is located at 4100 Global Gateway Connector. It is at our service center lot where vehicles are taken after, you know, they've either been towed in from being damaged, or they need to be serviced, or, you know, returned by the police if they were involved in an investigation. It's not the rental car center. It's an off-site location at the airport.
And in looking at, again, 182 VV and 183 VV, do you see any differences on the inside of the vehicle that would not have been present when the car was first rented?
Yeah, I mean, you can see where the headliner's down, parts of the vehicle have been dismantled. Appears that the windshield was taken out. So there's just different things that have happened to the vehicle.
And I want to look at 183 VV. You just mentioned the headliner being taken out. Looking at 183 VV, where would the headliner have been prior to it being removed from the vehicle?
It just would have been surrounding what is like the sunroof up there, where I guess it's just hard to describe, but that area. Can I point?
Yes, you can. You have
I don't know, but. Thank you.
So
this is where you can tell that something's been removed. That was originally there.
All right, thank you. You can take your seat. Now I want to go back to the tint. To your knowledge, did Mr. Jackson ever request or ask anyone at Alamo if he could have an exception to the rule and rent and tint the vehicle?
No.
If he would have called and made such a request, would one have been granted?
No.
Questions for one moment. Mm-hmm. Looking at 172 VV and 173 VV. And the item that we see on the ground, this sky item, is that just an item that's in the facility?
Yes. It appears that it's just a piece is leaning up against it, and that would just be stuff that we have in our service center.
Now looking at 179 VV. What is contained in 179 VV?
So this is the dash of the vehicle, and this is just a typical picture that we take whenever we're taking pictures of a damaged vehicle. We would take the standard picture of the odometer.
All right. And as I wrap up, going back to State's Exhibit 186 VV. The driver's license information that's contained on this document, would that have been the driver's license information of Mr. Jackson?
It would have been the information of Mr. Jackson as the renter of the vehicle.
Okay. And then my last question, when we looked at the tinting on the vehicle, were all of the windows significantly tinted?
I don't have the pictures right in front of me, but based on what we just reviewed and what I've looked at, yes. Yes. It appears that all of the windows are tinted.
No further questions to this witness?
Yes, John, thank you. Ms. Davis, good morning still. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay? All right. And let me just, Shannon Stillwell is also known as Shannon Jackson. Okay, so Shannon Jackson, I may say Stillwell, Jackson, Stillwell, same person, okay?
Okay.
All right. Ms. Knight, would you do me a favor and just put up 189 VV? Thank you. Ms. Davis, if I ask you any questions about specifics, I'm going to have this picture published, but just let me know if you need to refer to any of the other documents in front of you,
Okay.
such as the rental contract, etc. Okay? All right. So as I understand, Mr. Jackson, or I'm going to say Mr. Stillwell. Mr. Stillwell came in to rent a car on March 14th at approximately 3 p.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was that car, do you know if that car was already booked online, or if he just, with his friend, arrived at the counter to rent this car?
Based on the information from the rental agreement, it appears that there is a reservation attached to the rental.
When was that car reserved?
I do not have that information.
Okay, so we don't know when the online reservation was made.
No.
Okay, so Mr. Stillwell shows up with this, do you know this lady's name?
I do not.
Okay, so he shows up with this lady and to pick up his car that he booked online, correct?
It appears that way.
Okay. He came into the Alamo rental desk where there's surveillance videos himself. He didn't send someone else to come pick up the car, did he?
I don't believe so.
Okay. He provided his name, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I know certain things were redacted. He provided a address from his license.
Correct.
He provided a telephone number.
Correct.
He provided his license.
Correct.
He paid using a credit card, correct?
He had a Priceline reservation, so he would have had a credit card on file, but likely it was prepaid through Priceline.
Okay, so he had a credit card on file.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all that information was presented and known by Alamo when he came to pick up this car that he reserved at some other time earlier, correct?
Correct.
All right. And he signed the rental agreement, correct?
Correct.
In his real name.
Correct.
All right. So then, and that was, he picks up the car on March 14th at approximately 3 p.m. And then on March 16th, he recorded the records, and I know you were not on the phone personally, right?
Correct.
All right, but you're the custodian of records. According to the records, he calls on March 16th at 1:37 p.m. and wants to extend the rental on this white Audi, correct?
He did call. I might have to refer to the document to confirm the time. Yes, at 1:36 p.m.
Now, we'll talk about the tint. Miss Knight, could you put up a picture? Okay. When you received this car back from the police on March 20th, right? 2022? Was it March 20th? You received the car back?
I don't know the exact date it arrived on our lot. March 20th is the estimated return date of the rental, but the vehicle wasn't returned through the normal return meet.
Fair enough. Don't worry about the date. When you received this car back from the police, right?
Yes.
Okay, it had tint on it.
Yes.
Okay. And tint was a violation of the rental agreement, was it? Applying tint to the car.
We do not allow folks to alter the vehicle.
Mr. Stillwell violated assuming he's applied the tint to the car, he violated the rental agreement, didn't he?
Yes.
Okay. Did you charge him with any crimes?
Violating a rental agreement, I did not charge him with any crimes.
Right. Okay. It was just a rental agreement, right?
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware that prior to renting a car from you, 2 separate attempts had been made on Mr. Stillwell's life? It's in evidence.
Objection, what's your objection?
Were you aware when you came to testify that 2 different attempts had made upon Mr. Stillwell's life?
I was not aware.
Were you aware that one of those attempts on his life was made when he was in a car?
I was not aware.
Okay. Ms. Knight, if you could please display 172 VV first. Okay, I just want to be clear on this. This picture, maybe, I'm sorry, Ms. Knight, maybe 173 would be better. Okay, the purpose of this picture is to show, and we're going to get to the headliner in a second, but when you received your car back, the sunroof is it moonroof, sunroof? Whichever one it is.
Yes.
Okay. Had been damaged somehow before you got the car back.
Yes.
Okay, and you don't personally know if that was damage done by Mr. Stillwell or done by the police when they were manipulating the car. That's fair to say.
Correct.
Okay, and the purpose of this photo is just to document the damage to the glass in the sunroof.
Correct.
Okay, and I just want to be clear what we're talking about. These other supplies, those are just supplies that were in the Alamo business, wherever this was, a storage facility, and not anything more than that.
Correct.
If you could just put 183. And again, this is the condition you got this car back from the police, correct?
Correct.
And you're familiar with the term headline?
Correct.
Okay. And the headliner had been removed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I have no, one brief moment. I have no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Davis.
Thank you.
Anything you want to, any regret?
I'm going to show you part of what's been in the SEC for 170 BV. Some of you recognize 170 BV.
I do. I do.
It was 170 BV.
It's the invoice that we received when we had to pick up the vehicle from the police and have it towed back to our facility.
And what is the date on that document?
March 24th.
And would that be when the vehicle would have been returned back to Alamo?
Yes.
Mr. Starr asked you a series of questions regarding potential attempts on Mr. Jackson's life. Do you know if he has rented any other vehicles between 2015 and 2022?
I'm not aware.
Sitting here today, do you have any idea why a renter would put substantial tint on a vehicle that they were just renting initially for 2 days?
Oh, she's asking if she knows. So if you know, then you can answer.
I mean, Peter.
I have my, I mean, a renter would,
Sustain. Sounds like she does not know.
yeah.
They have no further questions.
Any recross?
Sure, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. Good.
During the course of your time with Enterprise, how many cars have you had that may have had their headliner removed?
I wouldn't be able to answer that question.
Thank you so much.
Recross? All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. We have another witness that won't take us more than 30 or 40 minutes.
How much time will it be?
I mean, 40 minutes? Okay, call your next witness. Okay.
Your Honor, can we approach before we begin with this witness?
Yeah, do you want me to have the witness step back out or does it matter? Sorry, thank you.
Raise your hand. You swear firm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do. Tyler Bateson, Tyler Bateson.
Good morning still, Mr.
Morning.
Mason. How are
Morning.
you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. I see you have on a shirt with markings. Where are you currently working?
Forsyth County Sheriff's Office.
All right. How long have you been with the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 7 years.
Do you carry a service weapon or firearms in your position with the Forsyth
Yes.
County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your position with the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office?
I currently work patrol, uniform patrol division.
Now, are you a gun owner outside of your work with the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And how long have you been a gun owner?
Probably since I was 18.
Since you were 18?
Yeah, I'm currently
Can I
29.
ask you how old you are now?
29,
All right. And how long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
approximately 7 years.
All right. What types of firearms have you owned during your time with the Sheriff's Office?
Assigned me from the Sheriff's Office or just owned in general?
Owned in general.
All kinds, but bolt action rifles, semi-automatic rifles, semi-automatic pistols, all kinds of weapons.
And have you ever traded firearms or sold firearms that you owned
Yes.
privately?
Yes, many times.
Where typically do you sell those firearms?
We sell them locally in Georgia, party to party. We just show a concealed carry permit typically and sell firearms privately. Usually I use a website. One of the common ones I use is called the Outdoors Trader.
Outdoors Trader?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you ever trade or sell your service weapons?
No. No.
You only sell the ones that you personally own?
Correct.
All right. Do you keep a record of the firearms that you personally own?
No, not really. If I have them, I will. Once I get rid of them, I don't really.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 229 Victor Victor. That has been provided, but I'll let the defense see what it is that I'm walking up to. If there's a part that is.
I mean, no, this stuff seems to be done before we get the witness on the stand.
Okay, so Your Honor, I think that a part of it was attached that should not have been attached.
Okay.
And I don't think that there's anything beyond this page, but there's an attachment. Okay. Okay. Showing you State's Exhibit 229, Victor, Victor. And asking you if you recognize 229 Victor, Victor. Do you recognize what that document is?
Yes, I've filled out multiple of these before.
And that particular one, is that one that you filled out personally?
Yes.
Would you look at it and tell us if that is a fair and accurate representation of the document that you filled out?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tender states exhibit 229 Victor as evidence.
It's a minute.
Would you tell the jury what 229 Victor is?
Yes, this is a form that you fill out when you're purchasing a firearm from a dealer. Basically, you fill out your personal information, some questions to qualify you to own a firearm, and then they do a background check right there, and then they can transfer you the firearm. So it's a transaction record.
And that transaction record, does it have on it the type of firearm it is that you're purchasing?
Yes, it does. It has the serial number as well.
And were you the purchaser of that firearm?
Yes.
All right. What type of firearm is that a transaction record for?
This one is for a Glock 45. The model is 45. It's a 9mm.
Glock 45 9mm?
Correct.
And what is the serial number on that one?
BPHW105, Bravo Papa Hotel Whiskey 105.
Are you familiar with whether or not the serial number on a firearm barrel typically matches the serial number on
The slide.
Yes.
Yes, it does.
And when you purchased that firearm, did you check to see if the serial number on the barrel matched the serial number on the slide?
Yes, and it's brand new from the factory as well, so it would been how it came from the factories.
Okay. I'm going to now approach you with what has already been admitted as State's Exhibit 51XX Alpha, which has been made safe. Would you take a look at State's Exhibit 51XX Alpha? And tell me if you recognize any part of that firearm.
Well, most of it, I can't see the serial number on the barrel because of how it's fashioned right now, but the serial number on the slide matches the one, the form. I do not recognize this part on the back of it.
Now, you're holding it in your hand and you pointed to the serial number on the slide.
Correct.
Would you hold it up for the jury and just point to the area where that serial number is? And what serial number are you reading off the slide?
It's BPHW105.
And when you say you recognize the serial number on the slide, but you don't recognize the serial number on you can't see the serial number on that.
Correct.
All right. And you also said you didn't recognize a portion of the gun that was on the back.
Yes.
Which part?
This extension coming off the back. That's not factory. I believe that's a bank switch. I've never actually seen one in real life until now, but I believe I know what that is. So
is it safe to say it wasn't on there when you purchased it?
Oh, yes, this was not there.
Do you remember how long ago it was that you purchased that firearm?
Well, can I reference the form?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So this was 2020, it says. Yeah.
You purchased it in 2020?
Yes, 7/25/2020.
And did you purchase it for personal use?
Yes.
I'm going to swing back around to the serial number that you read off when you were reading the transaction agreement. You said BPHW105, and then you said Bravo Hotel Whiskey 105.
Bravo Papa Hotel Whiskey 105. BPHW105.
Right. Thank you. Did you ever sell that gun to anyone?
Yes.
Who did you sell it to?
A gentleman named Phil off the Trader. He's another popular member on the Trader. He has a lot of positive feedback. And so I met with him, I believe it was March 9th of 2022.
And when you sold it, was it in the same condition that it was when you first bought it?
No, it was, it had actually, I believe it had night sights on it. This one has the factory sights. So But it had different sights on it, or maybe it came in the box. I know I sold it with extra sights and 3 magazines when I sold it. So I can't remember exactly if it was. I didn't change any internal parts, just the sights, if anything.
Is there any way for you to, you said you couldn't see I'm gonna take this. You could not see the serial number on the barrel.
Yeah, from how it's positioned right now.
Okay.
Actually, there should be something on the bottom.
You see?
Yeah, that serial number is also the same. BPHW105.
Now, if that serial number on the barrel is different than the serial number on the slide, would that be a barrel that was sold with the gun at the time that you bought it?
No.
All right. And would that be a barrel that you sold to Mr. Norton or Phil?
The serial number would have matched the slide when I sold it because I did not change any internal parts on the firearm.
Okay. Just one moment. And when you said Phil, do you know whether the last name of the person to whom you sold the gun was Norton?
I'm assuming it's Norton because his handle on there is Norton Concealment from the Outdoor Trader, and he addressed himself as Phil. My glanced at as a concealed carry permit, but I can't remember exactly what it was, so I'm assuming it was Norton.
All right. Thank you, sir. I think that's all that I have for now. Thank you, Judge.
Questions from the defense for this witness? All right. Okay.
Thank you. You can do anything you want to with that. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Good afternoon, I guess. Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't get your rank. Deputy first class. Okay. Okay, Deputy Bateson. I'm Doug Weinstein. I represent Deamonte Kendrick. I just have a few questions. Yes. As you looked at that weapon, you see that it's been modified with a blank, is it switch on the back? Yes, correct? Yes. And you say you did not modify that weapon, correct? No. Okay. Other than the sights, I may have changed the sights at some point. I couldn't remember off the top of my head. It's been 2 years. So. Right. You don't know who modified that weapon, correct? No. You don't know that my client, Mr. Kendrick, modified that weapon. I don't know who possessed it after I sold it, other than Phil. You have no knowledge that Mr. Kendrick ever possessed that weapon, correct? I don't know. And you have no knowledge of Mr. Kendrick may have ever fired that weapon, correct? I do not. Okay, thank you. No further questions.
All right, redirect.
Just briefly. Do you even know Mr. Kendrick, Deamonte Kendrick?
I do not.
Okay. Would you have any way to know whether he fired that weapon?
No.
And do you know Shannon Stillwell?
No.
And were you anywhere near the home of Jeffrey Williams on May 9th, 2022?
No.
Thank you. That's all.
All right. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you have any reason to believe that Shannon Stillwell was anywhere near the home of Jeffrey Williams the day it was raided?
I don't know anybody, so I don't know. I sold the gun. That's pretty much my involvement. I don't know anything.
I appreciate that.
Okay. Okay.
All right, thank you for your time, and you are excused, and we'll take our lunch break now.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's be back at 1:15, please.
Oh, no, it's fine. Sorry.
Yes, unless there's anything anybody needs to put on the record, I'll see everybody at 1:15. Thank you.
question that any of the attorneys believe they want to ask? Do y'all know that now, or do you just wanna, yeah, I will plan to be the one making the queries, and then I'll ask everybody if they've got any questions, and if you do at that point, you can let me know. Okay. All right, we need juror number 387 out, please. Yes.
No, what?
Not films. It can be like audio recording, but not film. You can't film the juror. You can film the rest of us if you want to. I think you stand even if it's just one juror. Hey, if you could just grab a seat. I got a couple of questions. So I know that earlier this week, your employer reached out to you and inquired whether this this trial that you're on was over. And eventually just said, okay, just send me the next juror excuse note. And I had been in contact with the employer to find out exactly what got said. And so she shared with me y'all's text chain about that. And essentially she says, she just asks, are you still on jury duty? And you say yes. And you ask if everything's okay. And she says, yes, your teammate came in asking which trial you were a juror for and that a specific trial was over. And your response was, everybody and their mama keeps saying that. So what we would like to find out is what anybody might have communicated to you. And I know sometimes you cannot help if people just come up and blurt something out. And hopefully, to say, I can't talk about the trial, but what has anybody communicated to you about? And you know that we started with 6 and we now have 2, and I instructed you, don't worry about the reasons for it. Has anybody communicated anything to you? And if so, what?
More so the decrease of the events.
Okay.
That's been most of the communication where people assume I wasn't here this week.
Okay. All right. And let me ask you one more thing. And then after you say that, she says, well, that's the reason I'm reaching out. And you said he was one of 6 who are finishing the trial. Who do you mean by he?
The communication when I got it was more so specific to say who wasn't here anymore and why they assumed the case was over.
And who would you have gotten that communication from?
The teammate called. The teammate that made
Oh, okay.
To specify what she meant. I didn't call her, she called her.
Okay, and what did she communicate to you? Just that? Okay. And did she say anything other than Williams isn't a part of the trial anymore? No. Okay. That the trial was over with. Okay. And do you recall the instruction I gave you on Monday, you and the rest of the jury on Monday morning, to essentially not speculate about any reasons why, and that shouldn't have any impact on your verdict or your deliberations?
Communication with staff was just trying to figure out how we were supposed to address it.
Okay. Yeah, and I mean, you haven't done anything wrong. We just have to figure out, because obviously y'all are supposed to only consider the case based on the evidence and the information you get from here in the courtroom. So just want to make sure that you are able to, I know this communication came after my instruction, so are you still able to follow that instruction?
Yes.
Okay, great, perfect. I'll excuse you back to the jury room. We'll have all of y'all out in just a sec. Okay, anything anybody wants to put on the record after that?
Your Honor, given that she didn't indicate, as the court said it was looking to hear, I don't suppose so.
No.
Yes.
Mr. Sharp?
Yeah, so we're fine and ready to continue.
Okay, and Mr. Weinstein?
No issues for Mr. Kendrick.
Okay, great. Then let's get the state's next witness and we'll get the jury out. Which number it is? Y'all are still having your witnesses, if they've got a stack of pictures or something, look at those beforehand, right? Okay.
That was my fault this morning.
Okay.
She lives in Macon, so
Okay,
I apologize.
that's okay. And I can't remember if it was detective or investigator. Okay, you've been with us before, so I'll just remind you, you're still under oath, and you can go ahead and have a seat.
Detective Hunter, welcome back.
Thank you. Good to be here.
How are you this afternoon?
I'm great, thank you.
All right. I want to direct your attention to March 14th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to respond to the 400 block of Windsor Street Southwest, the intersection of Windsor Street and Interstate 20, Atlanta, Georgia?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And is that location in Fulton County?
It is.
Why did you respond to that location?
I'm a homicide investigator. There was a homicide that occurred in that intersection, and I was assigned to be the lead investigator for that.
What time did you respond to that location?
I think I got the call around 10:30 at night. And then I arrived sometime after that.
Once you responded to the location, what, if anything, did you find?
Oh, well, I was told that the incident occurred at the intersection of I-20 or underneath the bridge or close to the bridge to I-20 on Windsor Street. I came in off of Fulton Street, I believe, and came in and saw there was a large area surrounding the intersection that was surrounded by a crime scene tape. I pulled up. I was informed by one of my coworkers who was already on scene that the person that had discovered the car and the body was still on scene. And also I checked in with the person that was keeping track of the crime scene log, and I chose to talk with the person that discovered the body first. So I approached him first and interviewed him.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as 65 VV.
Okay.
I'm going to also show you 67 VV. Is that the area in which you responded?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Now, you said you spoke with a witness on the scene. Do you remember that witness's name?
It's Mr. Cheeseborough, I believe his name.
And was he able to provide you information? Without telling me what he said, was he able to provide you?
Yes, he told me what his experience was there, yes.
Were there any other officers or investigators assisting you when you arrived on scene?
There were, I think Sergeant Butler was there from homicide, as well as a Detective Churchill was already on scene. Those are the two I remember offhand that were there. I know Sergeant Butler, I was at home when we received the call, so I had to come from home. They were in the office. Sergeant Butler had checked the camera and knew that there was a camera at that intersection. He happened to save the photo. The camera at the DOT there does not record, but it does show live images, but that camera just so happened to have frozen at the point where Mr. Cheeseborough was getting out of his car to go check on the person in the red car.
When you got there and after you spoke with Mr. Cheeseborough, spoke with Sergeant Butler, spoke with Detective Churchill, did you make any observation about the vehicle?
I did.
What did you observe?
Well, the car was in the intersection in the far left lane at the red light, stopped. The driver's side door was open. There were bullet holes in the passenger side of the car, and some of the glass is broken out. And the driver of the vehicle was sitting in the driver's seat, deceased, and there was a pistol in the front seat laying in the passenger seat. It had the passenger side glass was broken out, and there was glass fragments on top of the pistol.
And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 77 VV.
There you go.
Now, looking at 77 VV, was there any significance to you about how the glass was sitting on top of the gun?
Yes, from my experience, I believe the gun was sitting on the seat when the shooting happened, and the glass was broken and exploded inward and landed on top of the gun, which indicates to me that it was not used in the interaction. It was just laying in the seat.
And did you ever have the occasion to view more in depth the victim who was in the driver's seat?
I did, yes.
Did you notice anything with the victim when he was in the driver's seat?
Most notably, his right hand was inside his pants.
Commissioner?
Go ahead.
Commissioner?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 202 VV and 203 VV.
Yes,
Do you recognize 202 VV and 203 VV?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
Those were, when the crime scene's there and the medical examiner's there, they examine the body. The medical examiner does his examination, and our ID unit follows behind and also takes pictures. These photographs are of when the medical examiner was examining the body, and he was pulling back the pants to see what he was holding on to.
Okay. And I'm going to, it's a very accurate depiction of what the medical examiner saw back on March 14, 2022.
Yes.
Your Honor, this kind of statement look like admit 202 VV and 203 VV is evidence.
They're admitted.
I'm going to publish 202 VV on the screen, and I'm going to hand publish 203 VV. looking at 202 BB, is that how you found the victim's hand when you walked around saw the body?
Yeah, the medical examiner pulling his pants back, but it's very similar, yes.
And then looking at 203 BB, is that where his hands were?
Yes.
Now, once you made some observations of the body, what, if anything, did you do next?
Well, part of our initial visit to the crime scene is I try to gather any physical evidence or determine if there's any kind of evidence on the scene that's going to be interest to me or my further investigation. In this particular instance, we did a very thorough search for any shell casings. So obviously, we assumed there should be some shell casings in the intersection, or at least near the car, because of the amount of shots that went into the car. We didn't find any. We did a very thorough investigation, and we didn't find any shell casings. No physical evidence outside the car was discovered.
And as an investigator, was that a note to you that you did not find any shell casings?
Yes. I mean, at that particular time, I had a couple of theories. Was either he was shot, that shell casings landed in the intersection, and during the period of time before the shooting happened and he was discovered, with the cars driving through the intersection, and might have kicked up some shells and moved him out of the way. They got gone, or he was shot from inside a car, and the shell casings were inside the vehicle he was shot from. And those were just my assumptions on the scene at that time.
And while on scene, did you have crime scene come and process the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And as you already discussed, did the medical examiner's office come out and also examine the body and also remove the body from the scene?
They did, yes.
When you first arrived on scene, did you have knowledge of the identity of the victim?
Not immediately, no, but there was a fingerprint scanner that was brought to the scene. That's a device that we use when we're trying to identify anybody, really. But it's a pretty slick machine where you can take a fingerprint, place it on. It's a mobile device, like it's pretty large cell phone shaping.
And were you able to determine the victim's identity?
Yes.
And what was his name?
Shamal Drinks.
You have a age and date of birth.
Yes, ma'am. His date of birth was 11/8 of 98.
And how old are you?
I don't know, let's do some math. 98. I don't know. I can do it. Hold on a second.
Okay. Would have been 23?
24, well, depends on his birthday. 23, 24, yeah.
Now, after Mr. Drinks was taken from the scene, did your investigation continue?
Yes.
How?
Well, I didn't really have a whole lot to go on at that time on the scene. We had identified the victim, but other than that, physical evidence was really non-existent. I received a phone call from a Detective Grimsley. It's a friend of mine who works in auto crimes enforcement in the city. He was working that night, and he had taken upon himself to look at some of the city cameras to see if he saw anything. And he called me and said that he saw two cars following out the victim out of the BP station. You can see on the camera the red car and the two white cars going down to that intersection, the two white cars pulling up the side, and then they take off to the intersection and the red car stays there. So that was a clue for me to go back to at least investigate and gather the video from the BP station at the corner of Windsor and Fulton Street to see if there was anything on that video that might help with the investigation.
Did you initially try to look at the city cameras that Grimsley first observed what he told you?
I did. I looked at them.
And what,
that particular camera is a long ways from the intersection. You can see, but it's grainy. It's not very clear. It just gave me really just a clue or an initiative or a idea that, yeah, there may be something there, but there's nothing definitive could be determined from the city video.
and the cameras that he was looking at, did you know where those cameras were located?
Under Richardson, I think. Richardson and Fulton Street.
Richardson and Fulton or Richardson and
Or
Windsor?
Windsor, I'm sorry, yes.
Permission to approach one?
You may.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as 217 Victor and 218 Victor.
Yep,
Tell me if you recognize 217 and 218.
I do.
How do you recognize 217 and 218 Victor?
Both of those pictures are taken from Windsor Street at at Richardson where the camera's located.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the area of Windsor and Richardson Street? Fair and accurate depiction, Fulton and Windsor Street. Windsor and Richardson Street.
Yes.
Right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 215.
213 VV 218 or 217
217 and 218 VV. That's your minute. Permission to publish. And I'm gonna look at 218 VV. And permission for Judge Hogan to step down briefly? Permission for him to step down briefly? Sure. Looking at 218 VV, where would the VV gas station be as it relates to this intersection of Windsor and Richardson?
Sure. And then the next intersection on the other side of Fulton Street on the right hand corner.
And from this picture, are you able to see where I-20 is?
Yes, but it's in the distance.
Where is this?
It's in the bridge, really.
Thank you so much. Now, did you ever go and obtain the surveillance video from the BP gas station?
I did.
Did you obtain any other surveillance video?
I did.
Okay, where else did you obtain surveillance video from?
From the BP station, King's Liquor Store, which is in the same building behind the BP station downstairs. And then there's a FedEx building on the west side of Windsor, closer to the intersection of Windsor and I-20.
And did you view the surveillance video that you obtained?
I did.
And did you find anything of note on those surveillance videos?
I did.
All right. And have you had opportunity to look at those surveillance videos as well as a compilation video in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, permission for me to sit while I publish some videos? Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to publish Exhibit 116 BB. Can you orient the jurors as to what they are looking at in 116 BB in this particular surveillance?
These images are from an elevated position in the front of the BP store. At the top of the screen is Fulton Street. It runs east and west. Off the screen, but to the right side of the picture is Windsor Street that runs north and south.
And I'm going to begin publishing at 39 seconds. And do you know this is camera 19?
Yes.
Was there anything of note looking so far at camera 19?
Well, the white Audi that just pulled in and backed into the parking space off camera, that turned out to be important.
I'm going to pause at 1:08:09. Next, we're going to go to camera 3. Beginning at 00. I'm going to pause for a moment at 17 seconds. Do you see anything that occurred at the top left corner of the video?
Yes, ma'am. That's the Audi that backed into the parking space. When it went off camera on camera 19, it backed into the front, from near the front doors of the store. And you just, this camera angle just barely caught the right rear of the car backing into space.
I'm going to continue playing at 18 seconds. And is this the inside of the BP gas station?
It is, yes.
Pausing at 1 minute and 2 seconds. Was there anything of note for you in that round?
Yes, ma'am. We determined that the person who just walked in with the pink hat on was involved.
Yes.
Well, I'm just gonna object to conclusory statements.
Sustained. Disregard that last answer.
Was there any person of interest to you? We had a portion of the video. Without saying why, was there a person of interest?
Yes,
And who was the person of interest?
the person in the pink hat.
Back to camera 19.
Yes.
communicating a note to you in this particular round?
Yes, I was interested in the white car that just pulled into the gas pumps and the occupants of that car.
And there's two
Yes,
white cars, one that's kind of backing up and the one at the pump. You said.
that's true. Yes, at the gas pump.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Hilton, are you the one operating the screen right now? Okay, if you recall what we discussed at the bench. Maybe y'all need to leave that with Miss Knight.
Now pushing at 137. Did you see the individual that got out of the white vehicle and turned to the store at this point?
Yes.
For the record, which individual walked out of the white vehicle? The individual in the beige outfit?
Person that we have with a beige jacket and the green hoodie underneath.
Now beginning this at 26 seconds. And looking at the video, do you see in this upper corner outside of the store that say white Audi? Are you able to see it?
Yeah, you see the tail light shining through the window.
And is that here where the arrow is pointing?
Yes. You can see the door just opened and somebody exited the driver's side and is walking in.
And did you see the same individual in the pink as we saw in the earlier camera footage walking?
Yes, yes.
see the same individual in the beige and green hoodie walk in as well?
Yes. And then the person with the pink hat puts the item on the counter, and the person with the green hoodie pays for it for them.
And the third individual that just walked in, was there anything of note where that?
Yes, the young man that had the shower cap on and the white shirt that said Slimer down the back, he was a passenger in the white car at the gas pumps, the Ford Fusion. He got out of the car and came in the store after the driver had come in.
And you eventually see the person with the green hoodie at 4 minutes and 14 seconds of the video come back into the store.
Yes, he walked back to the car and then walked back inside the store making the purchase.
Now, does this camera or video image pick up where that last one is?
Yes.
And we start at 0.3 seconds within the video? We're going to pause at 48 seconds within this time. Starting back at camera 19 at 00, we're going to fast forward to 1 minute and 13 seconds.
The red car pulling into the gas pumps there now is the victim, Jamal Drinks. He's alone in the car.
Is that the same red vehicle that you see at the light?
That is, yes. Yes. And you see the driver of the Ford Fusion walks up and gets in his car. Mr. Drakes exits the vehicle and walks into the store.
Fast forward to 347. 347.
And then Mr. Drakes returns from the store into his car.
Gonna publish camera 14. Beginning at 2:04.
That's Mr. Drakes walking in with the gray sweatpants and the black hoodie. He exits the store.
And is that what picks up on the camera? You just see when he walks
He
out?
returns to his car. Yes.
this just a close-up view from behind the register of what we just saw in the last two clips.
Yes, that wasn't the victim, but yes, it is.
Was that the other individual that we talked about?
It's the driver of the white Fusion, yes.
Starting at 143. And is this still the Audi that we saw earlier?
Yes, it's still sitting there with the tail light. You can see the tail light in the left-hand top corner of the frame.
And it was just a close-up angle of what we saw.
That's correct.
And going back to camera 19. Starting at 11 seconds. Do you still see the red vehicle and the white vehicle both at the top?
Yes.
And based on your observation, has this white car been sitting for a few minutes at this point?
Yes.
And is the Audi still in here?
Yes, ma'am.
Off camera?
That's correct.
And it's a red car.
Yes. See the red car pulls out on Windsor Street, exit, the Audi follows directly behind, and then the white Ford Fusion falls in behind the Audi.
And was that everything looked to you on the BP gas station?
Yes.
And did you also then review images from the King's liquor store?
I did.
We're going to be at 36 minutes into the video.
So this camera is posted on the outside of the King's liquor store there, pointing out toward Windsor. It's not as detailed, it's a little further away. It's not as high quality of an image as I was getting from the BP, but I was able to see from that vantage point.
And is this Windsor Street right here?
That's correct, yes.
And on the bottom of here, while there's a 2-bar, is there a time stamp at the bottom?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so, yes.
Starting at 36. Do you see the time stamp down?
I can't see it now.
Okay.
I cannot. But
Do you see the time stamp at the far right corner?
no, ma'am.
Look behind you.
Oh, yes.
And what
It's not on this one.
What is the time on the bottom right hand corner?
It's just 10:01 p.m. on the 14th of March, 2022. You see the red car go by?
Was it, I can tell 148?
Yes, then there's a white car closely followed behind it. Yeah. 10:01, 20 something. And there was another white car as well follows in.
Is this the right time?
There you go.
And is this the first white car you
That's
saw?
the first white car, yes. There's the second, yes. It's difficult to determine making model from that vantage point, but the colors were the same.
Now showing us that, and it is 117. Publishing. Looking at what's in 117 GP. Where's this circuit video?
This is from the FedEx building. It's on the west side of Windsor. The top left-hand corner is where you see the light shining. That's the intersection, the red light intersection just before you go under I-20 at Windsor Street.
And is this the light right here?
Yes.
That's where some 1 hour, 1 minute into the video. Approximately 1 hour, 40 minutes.
The car that just pulled up to the light now is stopped. That's the red vehicle. Yes. The Audi, the first car to follow the red car out is the Audi, the white Audi. It's right next to it. Yes. And then the Ford Fusion is right to the right of that. That's correct.
Is there traffic going in the opposite direction where the cars are stopped right now?
Yes, there's traffic now trying to go on to I-20 eastbound.
And so the car where it's drinks and the two white cars are red light.
That's correct. It's red light now. And the Audi takes off through traffic, through the red light, as well as the white car, the Fusion.
So the Audi Fusion will use red light.
Well, the Audi did, yes, ma'am.
And was there still oncoming traffic coming as they were going through?
Yes, there was. And then that car did a U-turn, which is a little odd.
Why do you say it was odd?
I don't know if that what they witnessed or if they heard anything, but it's suspicious to me that at that particular time, since the red car no longer does not move, and it's around the same time that the murder occurred, that vehicle might have been privy to some information. It's my assumption.
Were you able to locate or at the time?
Say again?
Were you able to determine what vehicle that was?
No, ma'am.
Now, when you approached the vehicle, the red vehicle, when you got on the scene, were there any defects to the back of the vehicle? Driver's side, passenger side?
I'm sorry, the passenger side of it, yes. I don't recall any in the rear.
And is now the car still stationary?
Yes, it does not move anymore. It stays there till we get there.
I'm gonna fast forward to 127. And as I fast forward, is the car still sitting there?
Yes, ma'am.
Or 12702. And at 12702, is the car still sitting there?
Yes.
And you see a car pull up on the opposite side of the street, to the red car?
Yes.
And based on what you know, was that Mr. Chief's car?
It was, yes.
It was at approximately 1 hour, 27 minutes into this video.
Yes.
And the car was stationary beginning at 1 hour and 1 minute.
That's correct.
Commissioner Coach?
You may.
Have you had an opportunity to look at a compilation video of all of those three videos kind of spliced together?
Yes.
And did that appear to be a fair, accurate, is this what's contained in 250 BB?
Yes.
And does that appear to be a fair, accurate depiction of those surveillance images that we just watched?
They were, yes, they are.
Right, that's how I say like somewhere in the mid 230 BB.
All right, that is admitted, 230 VV. You may.
So the Audi comes in, backs into the parking space.
And look at the bottom of it, is there a timestamp?
Yes, it says 2151, which is, it's 9:50, 9:51 p.m.
And is it on March 14th, 2022?
Yes. Fusion arrives at the gas pump, and the driver gets out, walks inside. He's followed inside a short time later by the driver's side and rear passenger.
And what time is it now? This is time.
It says 21, when the camera changes, it changes to 21:50 on the March 14th, 2022. See the car backing into the space outside the window. See the tail lights on the car.
And that's with the Audi, correct?
That's correct. That's the Audi that backed into the front. Just prior to the engine arriving. At some point you can see it. It's hard to see, but you can see through the window that the driver's side door opens. The driver steps out and walks inside. You can follow him from this angle, follow him to the front door, and it's the young man wearing a pink hat and glasses. So I said 2051, and then shortly thereafter, the driver of the Ford Fusion comes in.
And you mean 2151 or 951?
That's correct. That's what I said. I thought I said that.
And at the time, did you know the names of any of the individuals who are in these videos at all?
I had no idea. So 21:52, 11 seconds or thereabouts, driver with Fusion in the beige jacket, hoodie, green hoodie coming in. He comes in and he buys something for the driver of the Audi in the pink hat. Then the passenger from the Ford Fusion comes in and the driver of the Audi interacts with him, indicating to me that they knew each other. And then the passenger exits with the other two drivers. Okay, now we're back at 2153. 953, the driver of the Fusion and the passenger are back to the Fusion. I'll get back in the car and sit there for a few minutes.
And what time is it now?
2154, 20 seconds. It's 954, it's almost 10 o'clock. On the same day. Driver of the Fusion is out and it's back in the store.
And so that same, 954 time.
That's correct, 954. Makes a purchase.
And is this the red car with Mr. Drinks arrived?
That's correct. So Mr. Drinks arrives as the driver of the Ford Fusion is walking back to his car.
And what time is it now?
It's 2156. I believe, yep, 2156 on the same day. 4 minutes before 10 o'clock at night.
And has the driver of the Ford Fusion already got names?
Yes, ma'am. He's returned to his driver's seat. They sit there, both the Fusion and the Audi sit there until Mr. Drinks leaves. Well, as your drink goes in to the store, makes a purchase.
And what time is it now?
2157 on the same day.
And this gentleman has the Ford Fusion is saying idle for approximately since about 2156 p.m.
Sure, yes.
alley, have you seen any more activity since 2154, 2155?
No, ma'am. Mr. Drinks leaves.
And what time is it now?
21:59. We're at 21:58 now on the camera 19. $21.59. There's Mr. Drinks exiting the store.
And it has a forfeiture now that's an item for about 3 minutes.
Yes.
And from your observation, had multiple cars come and gone in the period of time of both the alley and the forfeiture item?
Yes.
And what time is it?
So it's 10 o'clock. 2200.
And is it 2201 or 1001?
It's 2201 right now on the video.
And does the red car pull off at approximately 10:01 p.m. in the video?
Yes.
And is it only then that the white Audi pulled off?
That's correct.
And has the white Audi been sitting idle for about at least 5 minutes prior to the pulling off?
Yes. And then the Fusion as well.
And has that been sitting idle for about 5 minutes prior to the pulling off?
Yes. This camera's capturing images of the metadata on that. It's not a military time. The red car go by 10:01, followed by the white car at 10:01 in some seconds. And then the third car, the white car, at 10:01.
And then does it pick up with the FedEx images that we saw a few moments ago?
That's correct.
Now, did you, as you were watching the video, take still images of some of the certain portions of each of those videos?
I did.
I'm gonna show you things exhibit 204 BB through 215 BB. And have you had the opportunity to look at these previously? And then 245 BB through 247 BB.
Yes, I have.
And we're looking at the picture, the screenshot that you took from the surveillance videos that we just did.
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 245 BB through 247 BB, and then 204 BB through 215.
All right, that's your minute.
Now, Investigator Hogan, how many homicides have you handled where there has been a vehicle associated with the potential perpetrators of the homicide?
I hadn't kept count, but a great number are homicides or vehicles are utilized.
For those cases that you have, how many of those cases does this target vehicle have tinted windows?
Can you establish the relevance of that?
Yes. Let me back up. The Audi vehicle that you were observing, did it have tinted windows?
It appeared to, yes.
And in the cases that you dealt with that have target cars or vehicles related to a homicide, is it uncommon for those target vehicles to have tinted windows?
Seems sustained at this point.
Now, after looking at the surveillance video, did you receive any assistance from a Detective Bender?
I did.
And how did Detective Bender assist you?
Well, we work together quite often in our investigations. Detective Bender is, she sits real near me in the office, or sat near me in the office. And she asked if she could help, and I asked her to help me identify. I knew that she was very good with our camera system, our LPR system, that captures tags. So I asked her to help me identify the cars, see if she could find the cars on the system and identify their tag numbers for me, which she was able to do pretty quickly.
And were there any particular LPR reads that were significant to your investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And what were the reads that were significant to your investigation?
So Detective Bender was able to find a white Audi that hit on a license plate reader at Windsor at Richardson Street, which is right around the corner, at 9:49 p.m. on the night of the murder, as well as a white Ford Fusion that was closely following behind it. That was at 9:50. So one was at 9:49, one was at 9:50. They were both headed in the direction of the BP station.
And is that the same area where that Vic camera was located in the picture that we looked at earlier today?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Now, after learning of the LPR reads, did you get any other investigative assistance?
I did.
What other assistance did you receive?
Well, I was at my desk, I was going through the video, and I had some really good video of who I consider persons of interest or suspects in the murder, but I didn't have any idea who they were. So I was going through the video and taking screenshots out of facial shots as close or detailed as I could get. My intentions were to post those in a citywide email throughout to the police department to see if anybody would recognize who they were, and I could put a face with a name or name with a face. As I'm doing that, Detective Bender is searching LPRs. All this kind of came together at the same time. And then Detective Marissa Viverito and Sergeant Belknap from the gang unit visited the office and came to my desk. Detective Viverito happened to see, or I asked her, do you recognize this guy? And she said she did. And so she recognized two of the individuals that I had identified as suspects in the murder.
Okay.
Between her and Sergeant Belknap.
And do you recall what day of your investigation this interaction occurred with Investigator Viverito?
Happened on the 14th. It was either the 15th or the 16th. I don't remember exactly what day it was. Took the warrants out, I think, on the 16th. So I don't remember when I got the video, but it was the 15th or the 16th, one of those days.
And was Investigator Viverito able to show you any pictures regarding any of the individuals that were contained in the video?
Yes, she had been called out, and the gang unit had been called out to an incident where there were several gang members inside of the house that they, being from the gang unit, responded to the house. And while they were there, they took pictures of cars and of the people that were there and detained. And she showed me images of the people that were there, including the two people she'd identified, and they were still wearing the same clothes. The one image that I spotted was a young man in the back seat who was wearing the leopard print shower cap. He had it in his pocket at that residence on the call that Detective Viverito was on.
Okay. And at the time, do you recall, was Detective Viverito working at Atlanta Police Department, or was she working somewhere else at the time?
She's kind of jumped around. I think she was either with the DA's office and assigned there, or she was with the gang unit, but she was in between, or one of the two.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as 166 VV.
Okay.
And does 166 VV, is that the image that she showed you when you saw her at APD headquarters?
This is the image that Detective Viverito took on the call she was on after my murder. Again, the pink hat, the hoodie, the same hoodie, and just recognize the face.
Okay. And I'm going to show you 167 VV. Was this another one of the pictures that she showed you while you were at APD?
Yes.
And were you able to get a name for the individual 167 VV?
Yes.
And what was that person's name?
Miles Farley.
And then were you able to get a name for the picture, for the person who was in 166 VV?
Yes.
And what was that person's name?
Shannon Bernard Jackson.
And were you ever able to get a name for the third individual who was in the beige jacket and the green hoodie?
Yes.
And what was that name?
Quamarvius Nichols.
Now, were you also shown pictures of any vehicles by Investigator Viverito?
Yes.
And what picture did she show you?
I remember seeing a picture of the Audi.
Now, after looking at the surveillance video, looking at the LPR readers, and speaking with Investigator Viverito, did you request any other assistance as related to your investigation?
Detective Grimsley helped me with, once we determined the tag numbers of the Audi and the Ford Fusion, we discovered that the Audi was a rental car. Detective Grimsley, who was in auto crimes and has connections in regards to that, I asked him to help, and he made it was rented from Alamo. He contacted Alamo or put me in touch with a person from Alamo to give me the rental information for the Audi.
And were they able to provide you that rental information?
He did, yes.
I'm gonna show you what's been admitted as 186 BV. A. Tell me if you recognize 186 BVA.
Yes.
And how do you recognize 186 BVA?
This is the information, or it's a copy of the information I received from the rental car company.
And who was the renter of the vehicle?
It's indicated here it was Shannon Bernard Jackson.
And was that the same person that you had identified from the 2 surveillance videos?
That's correct, yes.
Excuse me, from the surveillance video from the picture.
That's correct, yes.
Did you ultimately take out warrants in this case?
I did.
And who did you take out arrest warrants for?
For Cormavius Nichols, Shannon Jackson, and Miles Farley.
And for what charges?
For murder.
Now, is there any significance to you as a homicide detective or investigator in the fact that a suspect vehicle is a rental vehicle?
Yes, I found in my experience that, it's been my experience that rental vehicles are quite often used when there's a crime going to be committed or they're planning on doing a crime.
And what about, is there any significance of tint on vehicles as a homicide investigator?
My experience that people at tint windows are trying to hide who's in the car, or prevent people from seeing inside the car to see who's in it.
Court's indulgence for a moment. No further questions.
All right, I assume there's gonna be a cross of this witness. Do y'all wanna take a break before, or is it just gonna be short?
It's going to take us to the end.
Okay. I mean, I figured it was gonna take a little while, so let's take our, afternoon break and then we'll come back with the cross of this witness.
reason why someone would rent a car?
I don't see why not, sure.
Could that be a reason why someone would repeatedly rent cars for years, switch them up, so people couldn't track him down and kill him? Could that be a reason?
Overruled.
Could that be a reason?
Sure.
How about an individual whose friends had just been gunned down 3 days prior? Could you envision a situation where that individual would want to rent a car so no one knows what he's driving?
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay, and tinted windows. You said tinted windows can be used to commit crimes because you can't see in as well. Could conceal an identity.
That's correct. That's what I said, yes.
By that same logic, couldn't tinted windows keep people who are trying to kill you off of your scent, off of knowing what you're driving?
Yes.
Especially 3 days after they have murdered 2 of your friends in cold blood?
Sure.
Could that be another reason why someone would rent a car?
Yes.
Could that be a reason why someone would rent a car and break a rental agreement and put tint on those windows?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. This warrant that you took out, sir, for the rest of Mr. Stillwell, you charged him with murder, the murder of Shamal Drinks, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you specifically charged him with the shooting of Shamal Drinks, correct?
I'd have to look at the wording, but I think he used the word partaking.
May I, Coach John?
You may.
We're looking at a copy of the warrant that you took out, assist you in remembering the wording.
Sure.
Grab it all.
Thank you.
And just refresh your recollection, and if after your recollection is refreshed, if you could look up.
Sure. Yes.
Okay, and in fairness, you did say participate.
Yes.
In the warrant, but you said by shooting Shamal Drinks.
That's correct.
Okay, on 3/14/2022.
That's correct.
Okay, so specifically, your allegation in that warrant is that Mr. Stillwell was the shooter of Shamal Drinks, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we've talked about some of the evidence that you think you have on this case. Let's just call it what it is. I know that we've been referring to the man in the pink hat, okay, or the man with the slime or die shirt. You have BP video from the corner of Windsor and Fulton Street, correct?
Yes.
Clear video.
It's very good, yeah.
And it shows my client wearing a Pink Floyd hoodie and a pink hat. And it shows Mr. Quamarvius Nichols, correct?
Yes.
And it shows Mr. Miles Farley, correct?
Yes.
Okay, cool. And you had that video, and then you also have these rental records of renting the car on that day. Now, let me ask you this. Is there any indication at all, if we're talking about planning something, is there any indication at all that anyone would have known that Shamal Drinks was going to show up at the gas station at that time?
No.
Okay.
I know.
Okay. Do you know where Shamal Drinks was coming from?
No.
Okay. And then you have video from the FedEx, correct?
I do.
Okay, and that shows Windsor Street.
Yes.
And you maintain that that video shows that my client in his white Audi pulled up next to Jamal Drink's car.
Yes.
And you maintain that that video shows that my client shot Jamal Drinks.
Participated, yes.
Okay. I mean, your theory is that my client was driving.
Yes.
Okay, and your theory is that the shot was fired out of the driver's side of the car.
Of the Audi, yes.
Yeah. Your theory is that Shannon Stillwell was in that white Audi and shot Jamal Drinks at that stoplight.
Yes.
And your contention is that video, that FedEx video, will back that up ultimately.
That's my conclusion from my investigation, yes.
Okay, cool. All right, so let's go back to where this investigation started. Evening of 3/14/22.
Okay.
Okay. And you see this red car with this gentleman inside who's sadly deceased, correct?
Yes.
And you arrived before the body was removed, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Now, this is your crime scene. I know that you weren't the first one there, were you?
No.
Okay, but this is your crime scene.
Yes.
So you're in charge of knowing the status of the crime scene and where everything was at the time it was first discovered.
Ultimately, yes, I am.
Okay. So, let me ask you. The Nissan Versa, the red Nissan Versa, before anyone came to the assistance, before Mr. Cheeseborough showed up, was that car still on?
When I was there, I don't remember it being running, no.
No, I'm asking, since it's your crime scene, when the first people showed up, to your understanding, it's your investigation.
I wasn't.
Speculation calls for hearsay.
Is he the lead detective? Okay, well, overruled on the speculation, and would your report contain all of that?
It doesn't, if the car was on or not. I know the lights were on. As far as the car was running, the door was open when I got there.
That's the next thing I'm going to ask you.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're not
Sounds
certain.
like he doesn't know.
So you're not certain. Okay, so the car was running. Or is that what you're not certain of?
Obviously, it was running when he pulled into the stoplight. When I got there, I don't recall if it was running. I know the lights were on, the door was open. I don't recall if the car was still running or not.
When you got there, the lights of the car were on and the door was open.
The lights were on.
Right, the lights of the car were on and the door is open. When we say the door, we're talking about the driver's side.
That's correct.
Front door. Okay. Now my question is, before you got there, before anyone got there, was that door open? That front driver's side door to the Versa?
It's my understanding to stay closed until the paramedics or EMTs open the door to check on the victim.
Okay. How about Mr. Drinks's feet? Were they on the brake?
I believe they were, yes.
How about the gas? Was 1 foot on the brake and 1 foot on the gas?
I don't recall that.
You don't know, or are you saying no, that's not true?
I don't know.
Okay. Fair enough. And when one of your first tasks was to determine the identity of this gentleman, correct?
It's one of the first things, yes.
Okay, and you weren't the only one there. There were other officers there, correct?
Yes.
And among those officers was representative from the gang unit, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Investigator Flores?
May have been. I don't recall.
Okay. Either way, even with the assistance of the gang unit on scene and all APD resources, no one recognized this gentleman, Mr. Drinks.
He was not identified officially identified until we did the fingerprint scan.
Right. And that was about 1:06 a.m. that next morning, correct?
It was while we were on scene. I don't know exactly what time it was.
Okay, fair enough. Miss Hilton, if you could do me a favor, please, could you publish, I'm sorry, Mr. Body said he was gonna help me, you were gonna help me with something else. Thank you. 107 Victor. Thank you, Miss Knight. Cell phone, do you see that cell phone in exhibit 107 Victor?
Is that one in the pocket there? Is that what that is? Yes. I see it. Oh, it's on his arm. It's plugged in.
Do you see that cell phone?
I do, yes.
Okay. As an investigator of homicides, do you often collect cellular phones?
Yes.
And that's from victims and suspects, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and in reality is cell phones, if you're able to get into the cell phones and have authorization to get into cell phones, they have a wealth of information, correct?
Sometimes they do, yes.
They can have call logs. They can have contacts, correct?
Yes.
They can potentially have tracking information, who you're in contact with. Places you've been.
Yes.
You can learn a lot about a person from a cell phone, correct?
Yes, you can.
You can learn who their friends are.
Yes.
You can learn who their enemies are, potentially.
Potentially, yes.
Okay. In this case, as lead investigator, you are aware that actually 2 cell phones belonging to my client have been seized in this case, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And their contents have been extracted, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Drinks, as lead investigator, did you ask the crime scene tech or crime scene tech Davis or any other individuals to seize or to collect Mr. Drinks' cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. And were you ever able to analyze the contents of Mr. Drinks' cell phone?
I don't recall that now.
Okay, you don't recall ever seeing the contents?
No.
Okay, so as far as you recall, we don't know who is in Mr. Drinks' contacts?
No.
We don't know what he's been texting about leading up to this incident?
No, I'm not aware of.
Okay. We don't know of anyone that he's had disagreements with or squabbles with or anything like that from his cell phone?
I'm not aware of any of that, no.
Okay, and you're not aware because not saying that none of that exists in his cell phone, but you just haven't seen the contents of his cell phone.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. I want to talk to you about these videos, if that's okay.
Sure.
And Mr. Abate, I'm going to ask you to just be on standby in case I need to publish anything. Thank you. Detective, we had the BP video.
That's correct.
Several different camera angles.
That's correct.
Okay. Including outside of the pumps, inside the store from different angles.
That's correct.
Okay, we had the King's Liquor video.
Yes.
The surveillance video. And then we had the FedEx video.
That's correct.
Okay, let's talk about the BP video first. And I'm not going to replay all the videos. You see my client, Shannon Stillwell, in the pink hoodie and pink hat, arrive in the white Audi, correct?
Yes,
And the white Audi that was rented in his name,
that's correct.
and the white Audi that he told Investigator Viverito on March 16th, yeah, that's the Audi I'm driving, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And it did have tinted windows, didn't it?
Yes.
All right. You see him arrive at the store, and then you see Mr. Quamarvius Nichols arrive in a Ford Fusion shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Nichols pumps gas.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Farley is an occupant of Mr. Nichols' car, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, they all enter the store. They're on video.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Farley's wearing a slime or die shirt.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know anything about Mr. Farley's background or history?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know that he's a clothing designer?
No idea.
That he creates those shirts, those slime shirts, and sells them to the public?
Okay.
Okay. You were not aware of that before today?
No, sir.
Okay. So you see those three individuals go in and out of the store. First, you see Mr. Nichols go up to the register with Mr. Stillwell, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And in these videos, in all these videos, you don't see anyone with a handgun or anything like that.
No, sir.
You don't see anyone that seems to be irate or upset, do you?
No.
Well, maybe some people in the store, but not these three individuals.
That's correct, yes.
All right. You see Mr. Nichols make a purchase and buy some gum for Mr. Stillwell, correct?
He bought something for him. I couldn't tell what it was.
Okay.
But yeah, he did.
And this is the first time Mr. Nichols was in the store before he pumped his gas.
That's
correct?
correct. That's correct.
And you see Mr. Nichols joking around with the clerk, acting like he's pulling out all these bills.
Right.
And then you see Mr. Farley come in.
Yes.
And you see Mr. Stillwell turn around on Mr. Farley and act like a monster and kind of scare Mr. Farley. And Mr. Farley does this weird pirouette.
Right. Yes.
They're playing around.
That's correct.
Okay. Everyone seems, from the video, no one seems upset.
No.
Okay. Later on, you see Mr. Nichols come back in the store to make another purchase, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what he purchases?
No.
Okay. Miss Hilton, I'm going to ask if you could play the video of where Mr. Nichols comes into the store for the second time and makes a purchase. If you could play that. Are you able to see what he's purchasing?
It looked to me to be like some Black and Miles, maybe. I don't know. That's a guess. I don't know.
Okay, appreciate that answer. And I know that it's noted that it's just a guess. And you can stop now, sir. Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach with DS-56?
You may.
Sir, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as DS-56. Do you recognize that image?
Yeah, it's an image from the series of video we just watched.
Okay. That's a still image from the video we just watched?
It appears to be so, yes.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of the video we just watched? An image from the video we just watched?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit DS-56 in evidence.
No objection. It's admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Could those be backwoods blunts.
Yes.
Okay, and when do you know what backwoods are?
So like a little cigar, isn't it? Something like that.
Okay, is it also something from your experience that can be gutted and used to roll a marijuana blunt?
Yes.
Okay, how long, to your knowledge, if you know, have you ever seen anyone, we'll just say on video, through police, through detective work, have you ever seen anyone roll a marijuana blunt?
I'm aware of how it's done. I've never witnessed it.
Okay, it takes some time, correct? Depending on how experienced you are?
Yeah, I would assume it would, yes.
Okay, and is this purchase made right before Mr. Nichols returns to his car?
Yes.
When he's sitting there for like 4 minutes as idle, as Miss Hilton said?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know, yes or no, whether what was going on in that car with Mr. Nichols was Mr. Nichols was sitting there using those backwoods to roll himself a marijuana blunt? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Okay, in the entire BP video, we see Jamal Drinks show up, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and again, no indication that anyone was expecting him to show up.
No.
Okay. While Jamal Drinks was present at the BP, he walks into the store, correct?
He does.
How many times does he walk in the store? Once or twice?
Just once.
Okay, and he makes a purchase.
Correct.
And there's apparently some other man on the video that's trying to steal some condoms or something, and the clerk is having a problem with him, correct?
Yeah, there's a little kerfuffle.
Okay. Do you see a man getting into it with the clerk and then suddenly pulling condoms out of his pocket and throwing them back at the cashier?
I remember that interaction. I don't know his condoms, but yeah.
Okay. And then Mr. Drinks has some interaction with that individual, and they leave together at the store.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who that person is? The person that Mr. Drinks was interacting with?
Do not.
Okay. Have you ever interviewed the clerk about what was going on in the store?
No.
Do you know who the clerk was?
No.
Okay. Throughout the entire time that Mr. Drinks is on the video, and quite frankly, Mr. Stillwell is on the video at the BP, Mr. Farley, or Mr. Nichols, do you see any interaction between Mr. Drinks and any of those three individuals?
No.
Do you see any hostility between Mr. Drinks and those three individuals?
No.
Okay, Mr. Drinks was having some hostility with the clerk, right?
He was observing that, but yes.
Okay. But not with these individuals. You don't see any mean looks or anything, do you?
No.
Okay. So then we go to the King liquor store video.
Yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, do you know how we have timestamps on some of these videos and no timestamps on other videos, right?
Yes.
Okay. The videos that have timestamps, and I understand that King Liquor and the BP are under the same management, right? You don't know?
Not privy. It makes sense, but
Okay.
I'm not privy to that.
All right, but do you have any reason to believe that the BP video, the timestamps would match perfectly with the timestamps, or they're perfectly synced up with the FedEx video, for instance?
I don't know.
Okay, and do you have any reason to believe that any of these videos would be perfectly synced up with phone records or anything like that, like records held by Sprint or another phone company?
No.
And in your experience as an investigator, businesses that have these surveillance systems, there are times, you can get an hour of footage, but the time on that footage can be off, correct?
It can be, yes. Not set correctly, yes.
Okay. All right. In the BP video, besides the Ford Fusion, the Nissan Versa, and the Audi, did you know any other vehicles of interest that piqued your curiosity in the BP video?
No.
Okay. How about in the King's Liquor video when you see 3 cars driving up Windsor Street? Did you see any other cars that piqued your curiosity?
No.
Okay. Let's talk about the FedEx video. We do see the red Versa go up to the left lane, correct?
Yes, we do.
And we do see what appears to be the white Audi, and especially when you link it up with the BP video, end up in the center lane, correct?
That's correct.
And then we do see the white Ford Fusion end up in the right lane.
Yes.
And we do see the white Audi run a red light, don't we?
We do.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do you know anything about the history of the attempts on Mr. Stillwell's life?
I do not.
Okay. You don't know that in 2015, a car gunned up behind him or sped up behind the car that he was in and riddled the back of that car with bullet holes?
Allegedly say he doesn't know about it.
Have you ever heard the name T.R. Jones?
No.
Anyways, you see Mr. Stillwell run that red light in the white Audi.
I do, yes.
And then you see Mr. Nichols in the Ford Fusion run the same red light.
Yes.
Okay, cool. In that video, we see well, I'll get there in a second. Let's talk about LPRs. Detective Bender helped you with the LPRs in this case, correct?
She did, yes.
And you consider this an important part of police work because you're able to track the movements of specific cars.
Yes.
And you at that time felt that the white Audi was a suspect car, correct?
I did.
And you wanted to track its movements.
Yes.
And you thought the white Ford Fusion was a suspect car.
I did.
And you wanted to track its movements.
I did.
And Detective Bender was able to get you all that information about the movements of those cars, or I shouldn't say the movements, but different places in time and different times where the LPRs picked up those license plates throughout those 2 days that you ran. I believe it was 2 days.
Yes. Whatever she found, she was able to identify the tag numbers and the cars and where they were. Yes.
Okay. As lead investigator, besides the Versa, besides the Audi, and besides the Fusion, did you ask Detective Bender to run LPRs on any other specific cars that you may or may not have seen in any of those videos?
I couldn't ask her to run something I didn't see, and there was no other cars. No.
No other cars that piqued your interest?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. You were able to obtain the rental agreement for this Audi, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're aware that Mr. Stillwell rented this car on 3/14 at approximately 3 in the afternoon?
Well, okay. Yes. That's correct.
And you are aware that he gave all of his personal information, his license, his signature, his phone number, his address. He appeared on surveillance at the Alamo. He did all those things while renting that car.
Yes.
And you're aware that in the early morning of March 16th, which would be 2 days after this incident, Investigator Viverito and Investigator Flores spoke to him in the back of a police car after the house he was in was shot up, correct?
Yes.
And they took pictures, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that he told Investigator Viverito, yes, that's the car I'm driving.
He did.
And you're also aware from the Alamo records that later on March 16th, 2022, he actually called Alamo to extend his rental on that car until March 20th, correct?
I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. Could you look at your investigative summary, if you would? And I'm going to refer you to page 19.
Okay.
Okay, does page 19, it's page 19 of 25.
Yes. Yeah, at the very top you're talking about?
I'm about 2/3 of the way down. Do you see a notation, 16 March 2022, 1337? Shannon wants to extend the rental or the rent.
Yes, I do see that.
Okay. And then at 1337, they talk about a rate and then Shannon agrees.
That's correct.
Okay, so under your theory, my client appeared on video at the BP with this rental, is on video shooting man out of the driver's side of this rental. And then 2 days later, is telling Investigator Viverito, that's my car, right?
Yes.
And then also later on March 16th, seeks not to get rid of this car, but to extend the rental.
It appears so, yes, sir.
Okay. All right, let's talk about gunshot residue. You testified earlier in this case, and we talked a little bit about gunshot residue, right?
Yeah, we did.
And you said you got to be careful about gunshot residue because of the false positives.
Right, yeah, you could be
Okay.
anywhere in the room. If a gunshot goes off, we all in here would have gunshot residue on us.
Right. We're talking about microscopic particles.
That's correct.
That are expelled out of a vehicle, out of a firearm when a firearm is shot.
That's right.
Okay. And these particles are expelled in a way that you just said, if someone shot a gun in here, we could all have gunshot residue on us.
That's correct.
Okay, and that would be unfair if I shot a gun to say, well, you have gunshot residue on you, because that would be a false positive on you.
That's correct.
Okay, but gunshot residue does detect if a gunshot was fired in the area, correct?
Yes, it's evidence of that a gunshot was in the area, right?
All right, especially in fabrics and cloth and things of that nature, correct?
That makes sense to me, but I'm not an expert on it. But yes.
Okay. Well, those type of materials would not be subject to something like hands, where you could sweat the gunshot residue off, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in this case, that FedEx video that you viewed, we see traffic lights, right?
Yes.
We can see brake lights, correct?
Yes.
We can see headlights, correct?
Yes.
What we don't see is a muzzle flash, do we?
No.
Okay. Now, you testified about shell casings.
Yep.
And you said you looked all over for shell casings on the scene.
We did, yes.
And shell casings are the cartridges that are expelled when a gun is fired.
That's correct.
Okay, and there were at least 2 or 3 shots fired just from looking at Mr. Drinks' the red Versa, correct?
At least, yes.
Okay, so you were looking for 2 or 3 or possibly more shell casings on the road, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't find any?
None.
And your conclusion was, of course, maybe you missed them. That's always a possibility. But the other possibility, as you stated in direct, is the gun wasn't, the person who's shooting the gun didn't put the gun outside of the car where you would see the muzzle flash. The gun was actually inside the car when it was fired, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and certainly if the gun is inside the car, that would cause gunshot residue to be spread throughout the car.
You assume so, yes.
Including the headliner, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You decided to collect the headliner.
Say again?
Well, let me ask you that because I don't know that for certain. You worked along with CS crime scene technician Antoinette Green to process this car, correct? The car being the Audi. Mr. Stillwell was arrested on March 17th.
I'm trying to recall, because it's not in my report. I knew you were gonna, but I don't. Do you have anything to refresh my memory? Do they have a crime scene report with my name on it? Because I don't.
I don't have anything written by you, sir.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, but let's try to work through this. On March 17th, you know that Mr. Stillwell was arrested on the warrant state. You that you brought on March 16th.
Yes.
Okay, and he was arrested in Atlanta. He wasn't in another state or anything like that, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And when he was arrested, he was actually still in the white Audi that he had extended the rental for, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the Audi was collected as evidence, correct? Brought to police impound.
That's procedure, yes.
Okay. Are you not aware that crime scene technician Green, do you know who Antoinette Green is? Is she a crime scene technician with APD?
Yes.
Are you aware that she processed that car?
I don't recall for sure. I know I've done several cars with her before, but in this particular case, I don't recall being with her to process the car. This particular car.
Do you recall a headliner was collected in this case, correct? You do know that?
I do not.
You don't know that the headliner of the Audi was collected as evidence in this case and analyzed?
It makes sense that it would be, but I don't.
Okay.
I don't recall that, no, sir.
In your experience, your expertise as an investigator, a homicide investigator, a headliner would be a very appropriate piece of the car to collect, to check for gunshot residue.
Again, yes, sir. It makes sense. I'm sorry, I don't recall.
And it should have gunshot residue in it if a gun is fired from within that car, correct?
If it has not been cleaned, yes.
Okay. All right. Do you know, as we sit here today, whether or not a GBI analyst tested that headliner for gunshot residue?
Do not.
You don't know what the results are either, do you?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay. You took out warrants on March 16th, 2022 at 6:39 p.m., correct? For my client as well as Mr. Nichols and Mr. Farley.
Well, 6:40 PM, but yeah.
Okay, 6:40 PM.
On the
And that was
16th, yeah.
And that was right after, or shortly after you had that conversation with Investigator Viverito in police headquarters, where she identified the people that were in the BP.
That's correct. Yeah, her, the Sergeant Belknap, yes.
So once you had an identification from the BP, that's when you move forward with the arrest warrants against Mr. Stillwell.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Well, I want to talk to you about your analysis of the FedEx video. You have your report in front of you, correct?
I do.
At the time that you swore out these warrants against Mr. Stillwell, you had never even viewed that FedEx video, had you?
I don't think I got that till afterwards. I did speak with a representative who described it to me and sent me some still shots.
Okay, and I'm gonna go to page 14, going into 15 of your investigative report.
Okay.
On page 14, going to 15, you write, as of the writing of this report, and this report was written on 3/20/22, correct?
Well, that's when I started it, but yeah.
Okay, so you started this report 4 days after you you obtained the arrest warrants for Mr. Stillwell.
Yes, correct.
You started this report 4 days after that. Okay.
Yes. But this part, I had notes and all that stuff, but.
Yeah. Understood. And you say, as of the writing of this report, the actual video from FedEx has been requested via a subpoena, but has not been received. The above pictures were sent to me by a FedEx corporate officer who told me that he had watched a video which shows that the two white cars pulled up alongside the red Nissan, forming a straight line across the road. And then suddenly the two white cars sped away against the red light and the red car stays in place. That's verbatim from your report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your report is accurate to that fact.
It is, yes.
You, at the time of writing this report, and certainly at the time of bringing out warrants against my client, you had not watched that FedEx video.
No.
But you had spoken to someone at FedEx corporate that sent you some still pictures, correct?
That's correct.
And had told you what they felt they saw on that video, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Who was that FedEx corporate officer who analyzed this FedEx video?
I don't remember.
Do you know that person to have any law enforcement training?
Not familiar with it.
Okay. Do you know how many times that person watched that video before giving you his or her conclusions about what the FedEx video contained?
No.
Okay. When did you finally receive the FedEx video?
I don't recall exactly when I got it.
Do you remember what month?
No, I don't remember.
When did you remember when you first watched that FedEx video?
I've seen it several times, but I don't remember when I first saw it. No.
Was it months after bringing out these arrest warrants on Mr. Stillwell?
No, it wasn't months. It was a few days probably.
Well, a few days would have been 4 days afterwards you started writing this report, and you didn't even have the FedEx video then. So could it have been longer than a few days before you watched the video?
It could have, yes, it could have been.
Okay. And of course, you brought those warrants on March 16, 2022 without any gunshot residue results from that white Audi.
That's correct.
You said you saw a car in that video, the FedEx video. Miss Hilton, could you play the FedEx video for me? Thank you. And it can be 101:20 we can start. It's fair to say you saw a car making a U-turn on the video and you saw it was a little odd.
Yes.
It piqued your interest?
Well, it just, yeah, it did. I wouldn't say piqued my interest. It just went with the situation, I guess.
I think you said you thought on direct, you testified, you thought that the person driving that car may have heard or seen something, correct?
Yes, I did.
And the reason you say that is because that person driving that car abruptly made a U-turn.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. If we could go to 101:20, yeah, just. That's red Versa pulling up, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that would be the white Audi.
Yes.
And that would be the white Fusion pulling up on the right lane, correct?
That's correct.
That's not the car that makes the U-turn, is it?
No, sir, I don't believe so.
Okay. And Mr. Stillwell is now running the light. He's no longer there, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. We see. Now this car pulls up. It makes an interesting U-turn, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your determination is maybe they did that because they may have seen or heard something, correct?
Maybe.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Anything, Ms. Weinstein? Redirect? You got it.
I actually want to start right here at the FedEx video. Was there anything in the video, once you actually watched it, that was inconsistent with what you were told by the FedEx person?
No, ma'am.
In the video we just watched, prior to Mr. Stillwell fleeing into the red light, was the white Fusion and the Audi stopped for a moment before fleeing into oncoming traffic?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Shard asked you a number of reasons as to why a person may rent a vehicle. Do you remember him asking you that?
I do, yes.
Or why they may put tint on a window. Do you remember him asking you a series of questions?
Yes.
Can a person place tinted windows on a rental car to conceal themselves in an attempt to seek revenge on the person that they think may have killed their two friends 3 days before?
Yes.
Mr. Shard asked you a series of questions about whether or not someone may be rolling a blunt in a car or things of that nature. Do you know if while they were sitting in the car, both the individuals in the Audi and the individuals in the Ford Fusion, if they were maybe talking to each other in the car? Do you know if they were doing that?
I do not know.
Do you know if the people in both cars were on FaceTime with each other?
Do not know.
Do you know if the individuals were in the car planning at that time to kill someone? Do you know if that was happening?
I do not know.
Mr. Stillwell, the Audi was backed in. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And if the Audi was backed in, that they had the vantage point of seeing Mr. Drinks when his car pulled into the gas station.
Yes.
Did the Audi, because it was backed in, have the vantage point to see Mr. Drinks as he walked into the gas station?
They did, yes.
Did the Audi, because of his vantage point, see when Mr. Drinks left the gas station and got back into his car?
Yes.
And was it the Audi that immediately pulled off once Mr. Drinks' car pulled off?
Yes.
And then the Fusion followed?
That's correct.
And that was the same vehicle in which Mr. Jackson, it appeared, was the driver?
That's correct.
Mr. Shard asked you a number of questions about the facial features of, I think, both Mr. Nichols and Mr. Stillwell while they were inside of the gas station. Do you remember him asking a series of questions about that?
Yes.
Do you know what their facial expression looked like while they were in the tinted vehicle?
No.
Do you know if, as they saw Chanel Drake walking into the car, that their facial expressions changed from what they looked like inside of the BP gas station?
Sustained.
Now, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State Exhibit 118 BB. And I'm going to go to 9:49 p.m. to read. And does that read say Windsor Street and Richardson Avenue?
It does, yes.
And is that location that's not too far from the BP gas station?
That's correct, yes.
And at what time is the Audi passing the LPR reader on Windsor and Richardson Street?
9:49 with 6 seconds.
And Mr. Shard asked you whether or not the surveillance video camera times are accurate. We're looking at this time here at 9:49 and looking at the surveillance video timestamp, especially at the BP. Would that help you determine if whether or not the BP gas station video was accurate or not?
Yes.
Okay. And based on looking at both the LPR reader and the timestamps on the BP video, are those times, do they seem to be accurate?
They seem to be similar, yes. They're not exact, but they are similar.
Okay. And about how far would you say the Richardson and Windsor is from where that BP gas station is?
Not far. It kind of depends on traffic and the light, but anywhere from a few seconds to a minute or two.
Now, Mr. Shard asked you about the headliner and gunshot residue. You remember those series of questions?
I do.
If a car is cleaned, could that remove any GSR that may have been in the car?
From what I understand, yes.
Now, looking at the BP video and FedEx, did any other car besides the white Audi and the white Fusion that immediately followed the the red Versa, was there any other car that immediately followed the red Versa out of the BP gas station?
No, ma'am.
Were there any other cars that pulled up right next to the red Versa outside of the Audi and the BP and the Fusion?
No.
Was it after the Audi and the Fusion pulled up right next to the red Versa, and after they left, the red Versa just sat there for about 27 minutes?
That's correct.
The damage on the red Versa, is that all on the driver's side, on the passenger side of the red Versa?
That's correct.
And is that the side of the vehicle closest to the driver's side where the driver's side of the Audi would have been?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Short asked you a number of questions. Why would someone keep the rental car? Or why would they say that the car was their car or the car was their name? Do you remember some questions similar to that?
Yes.
At the time in which Investigator Rico was speaking to Mr. Jackson at the house that got shot up, had you and Investigator Rico talked about your investigation?
No.
Had you shown Investigator Rico your surveillance video by the time that she was talking to Mr. Stillwell at that house?
No.
Prior to talking to Investigator Rico, did you know that there was a white Audi at a house that was recently just shot up?
No.
Did you know that Mr. Stillwell was in a pink Floyd shirt prior to talking to Investigator Rico while she spoke with him at the house that got shot up?
No.
Did you know that Miles Farley was with him at the house that just got shot up in the same clothes prior to talking to Investigator Rico?
No.
Were you ever made aware of an individual by the name of Deamonte Garlington was also at the house along with Miles Farley and Shannon when Investigator Rico spoke with them?
No.
With the red Versa, did you ever learn if that was a rental car or not?
No. It was. I don't believe it was. I believe it belonged to one of his family members.
Okay.
That's right.
I believe it belonged to one of Mr. Drake's family members. The red car. I think, if I recall right.
Did the Versa have any tinted windows?
No.
$14 for 1 moment. Mr. Shard asked you about, Mr. Stillwell's conversations with Investigator Rico at the home. Do you remember him asking you about the conversation Mr. Stillwell had with Investigator Rico, when she met with him at the house?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did Mr. Stillwell ever tell Investigator Rico why he had tinted windows on a rental vehicle?
No.
Did he ever tell Investigator Rico why he put tints on the car within a few hours of renting the vehicle?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Mr. Shar asked you about seeing a muzzle flash at the light. Did you see any muzzle flashes at all on that surveillance video?
I looked for him, couldn't see any, no.
But was there still a deceased individual sitting at that light once you arrived on the scene?
Yes.
And do you have any knowledge that Mr. Stillwell told Investigator Rico when he put those tests on his vehicle?
I do not.
I have no further questions.
Repass.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, you're excused. I believe y'all got one more witness.
He's gonna be long.
What?
We can start him, yes, he's.
How long? To an hour and a half? Wish I'd have kept a shorter witness. Okay, I guess we'll stop for the day. I mean, I don't know who the witness is. Who? All right. Yes. I mean, I'd really like to stop court in, for the day in the middle of a witness, so I'd rather not do that. I mean, unless nobody cares, we can knock out 40 minutes. We can also approach if y'all want to discuss. You're fine either way. Whatever you think. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna excuse y'all and remember that y'all will not be back with us until Tuesday, because Monday is Veterans Day. For any veterans, thank you. So I'll see y'all on Tuesday. In the meantime, do not look at any kind of accounts or read or listen to or in any way absorb any kind of accounts or information about this trial or anybody involved in it. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case. And we'll see y'all on Tuesday as you enjoy your little break for a few days. We're here on Tuesday. No, I know, we're here till Friday. Yeah. Oh, yes. Yes. No court tomorrow at all, but. No court tomorrow. Friday, we're doing non-jury matters, and I need a list of what we need to cover by that time. And then by Monday, I need at least preliminary jury instructions.
Me standing here was trying to get ahead of being told that I hadn't responded to Ms. Perciville's.
Oh, no. I mean, I know y'all been in court all day.
The plan, I think myself and Mr. Weinstein are going to meet tomorrow morning.
Okay.
And we're going to do everything we can to compile a list and get it out to the court and the state as early as possible from our perspective, what needs to be on the agenda on Friday.
Great, thank you.
Whatever it be possible, maybe we'll have nothing.
I mean, that would be fantastic, but highly unlikely. Yeah, I mean, honestly, y'all, if you want to like work amongst yourselves to narrow down whatever we are going to have for Friday, that would be fantastic.
In all seriousness, I think one of the biggest things that needs to be litigated, I have, and I'm not trying to speak out of school, but I've had conversations with Ms. Hilton, and there's talk about what they're really going to seek to admit from my client's phone.
Right.
And also from the wiretap, and there's rumors that that might be pared down, but I think what they're seeking to admit and also the mechanics of how that would be admitted, I think are probably something that we need to discuss, especially as it applies to Investigator Viverito.
Okay, well, y'all can discuss that amongst yourselves first. And certainly, I know we've definitely had indications from Ms. Hilton that the wiretap and cell phone evidence was going to be pared down. It's probably time, if you have not shared yet what that paring down is, to share that with Mr. Sharp. So that all right.
Judge, you said the jury charge will start on Monday or?
No, I'd like for y'all to have to me at least your preliminary stab at what y'all are going to want for jury charges. And I'm not saying we're going to take them up then. We're going to be doing trial next week. But
the reason I'm asking is you also asked about Mr.
Yeah.
What day?
I don't know. I mean, how do y'all want to just come up here and discuss scheduling?
Yes. What?